Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode of the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You thought I was going to say Breath of the Wild, didn't you? Anyway, my apologies for being late. I overslept something real fierce. I did all the prep work today, so I feel really bad. Because, you know, I had a social media post scheduled, and now I'm definitely late for said, you know, event, but it's fine. It's not like I'm not gonna make a habit of this. Worst part is I even woke up at 9 o'clock, and I was like so tired. I felt so tired. I'm like, you know, surely I'll just take a nap and I'll wake up or whatever. I'll like go back to sleep. Did not work. Anyway, before we get started, I would like to take a moment and you know, thank today's or this month's subscribers, members, and one-off contributors. I would like to thank Michael DS and Kanan QXQ for their subscriptions. Thank you to the person who gifted Kanan QXQ's sub. They are an anonymous gifter, so of course I did not write their name. I can't see that name anyway. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with those subscription packages. I don't have any patron members, but I do want to thank Rasby the Player for their Valkyrie tier subscription. Means more than words could say, buddy. Thank you. And I don't have any one-off contributors at this time, but, you know, regardless of what platform, I do want to thank people for having, having used those platforms in the past. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's just make sure these chats are working. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. Really, truly. Now, I'm pretty sure this is not where we left off. Last time we left off in Sky last time. We picked up the glide armor. We also spent a large amount of time back on the plateau, you know, going through and getting these eyes to the bargainer statue down there. That is what happened. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna begin our you know, tour de France of the entire Tabanthan region, looking for Korok seeds, among other things. And I gotta figure out where we even got our start at. Because I know we had an extra one. I believe it came from Sky. Yes, that is exactly what happened. We got one of them in Sky. So let's go ahead and move over. And let me mark these with the map tower areas. If you guys want to follow along, you're more than welcome. Let me make sure that the bot is connected here. Yeah, so for you guys on Twitch, if you want to follow along, I am using a map to collect all the Korok seeds, because there are plenty of them that are hidden under random rocks, and I think that is unfair. So, exclamation mark TotK MAP will get you exactly what you're looking for. For you guys on YouTube, you can also follow along, asterisk or star, depending on how you wish to look at it. But asterisk or star TotK MAP will get you what you were looking for. These commands are available on my Discord server, and you can join that server. It's very fun. But in addition to being, you know, just a good place to hang out, Um, I do have a commands channel in there that people can look at commands on, so that they don't have to, you know, wait until I'm streaming to then type in the corresponding view everything command. They can just look in there. Hey there, Mr. NK. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We are just getting a little bit of a late start. I do apologize about that. I slept and slept and slept and slept. That's what being tired looks like. Yeah, I'm not very happy about that, but, you know, we're gonna hit the ground running. Okay, it looks like that is the only... That can't be the only thing that's on this island, but it is the only thing I care about right now, so we're gonna move along to, like, the next set of islands, which I believe we've marked. Yes, we have, in fact, marked them. So we're gonna head over here. I did do a little bit of grinding on that 4th of July Friday before I set out for my client job, which turned out to be a bust, but we can talk about that later. Yes, my good sir, I know it is cold. I need you to bear with me for just a minute while we get some things all set up. Actually, I probably need to do something like this and then eat cold food really quick. Yeah, so I went and ground up a few more. I went and ground up some ore. Since we have that big forge area underneath the plateau, I was able to grind out 513 crystallized charges through a combination of turning in ore over and over and over and over again. As you can see, I've got zonite charges and zonite aplenty. A large zonite, a little bit less plenty of, but you know, that's how it be. I'm gonna go ahead and swap to a weapon I actually care about. So we're here on this lovely little island, and the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to realize that we're still in low gravity, and we're gonna come over to this this dispenser, and we are going to dump in. I'm gonna dump in like 10 of these. I'm also gonna try a large charge. Ooh, hello, and we've got some new stuff. A frost emitter, a zonine device that blasts out freezing air, handy for slowing and defeating some monsters. Also, some materials change their properties when exposed to very cold air. Yeah, I'll say. All right, let's try a large charge. I don't think that's gonna make. I think it might be less than 5 small charges, but we're gonna try. What is the low grav affecting the ability to, like, affecting the ability for the machine to spit stuff out? All right, let's toss in 2 of these. I want to see the machine go berserk. I want to see the machine spit out a whole bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, look at that. A real smorgasbord, everybody. A real smorgasbord. My apologies if I sound funny. I did just wake up not that long ago. Five large charges is a lot of capsules. Yeah, I'm certainly not going to spend that here. We will do that at some point so we could, like, cheer, laugh, clap. But today is not that day. Today is not that day. Or at least while I have as few large charges as I do. I really need to go back and mine more zonite if I want to do that. Which, now that I'm back at home, you know, I can do that. So, client job. Oh, hello. Yes, please. I'm glad I found this. Wow, even the little dash. When they say high or low grav, they really freaking mean it. Like, they really mean it. Wow, it's hilarious. I am loving this. I am loving the fact that the organisms are also subject to this. Can I just say that this physics engine is like super consistent is what I mean to say. Also, I hope I didn't miss that. You got a Switch too? Nice, nice. I could see, even though I can be upset with Nintendo and their legal policies, I can be happy that someone got something they wanted. Like, those two things are not exclusive to each other, right? You can be happy for someone and also be critical of the company that they purchased it from. You're not responsible for what that company does. You're not. Sure, you can say, yeah, if the people are being doo-doo heads, you know, maybe, dang it. If people are being, you know, hoary doo-doo heads, you know, like they're enabling human rights abuses or something, you know, okay, I might get upset. I might hold you accountable for perpetuating that, because that's what your money will let you do, is perpetuate that. But you're not actually, you aren't actually perpetuating the abuses themselves. Just, you're giving the people that are doing it money to do that. But that's not what's happening here. The most I could say is Nintendo was currently taking its mask off and sees no reason to put it back on. Also, you put a non-official Nintendo charger multiple times into the Switch 2. It did not brick. Good, good. That's awesome. I look, like I said, I can be happy for you. I can also still be upset. I can be upset at the fact that people are reporting their consoles arriving pre-bricked, or getting a repair, or charging. Like, unless we just want to say all those people are filthy little liars, which, you know what, in the age of modern, you know, AI capable of producing deepfakes, you know, maybe we should put some more skepticism on top of videos and photos, because people can AI generate that stuff now. Like this gets me into the topic of AI, of course. But first, let's read this bit of text here. This rare frog prefers dark and moist places when cooked with monster parts. The elixir it produces will temporarily increase your maximum stamina. Yes, you guys want a lot of these. Max stam elixirs are good. You only need one of these kinds of frogs to even make a reasonable stamina elixir. As soon as you have a lot of the increased maximum stamina elixirs, you don't want to make stamina restoratives anymore unless you need those for something. If you do, okay, cool. Then, you know, do what's best for you. There are reasons not to not just, you know, only make max stam plus elixirs or food. There are reasons not to do that, but I find those reasons to be few and far between, personally speaking. And just go ahead and Oh, hello. This medicinal plant grows in high elevations such as mountains in the Hebra Gerudo regions. When cooked into a dish, it will temporarily increase your heat resistance. That has gotta be a... I believe I held it and then stopped holding it. Gotta take a picture of this. I already took the picture. Never mind. We've got 8 minutes left up here, and then we're going to go through Heart Drain City. To get to the whole AI thing, like, it's probably time that we put more scrutiny on video and photo evidence because AI exists. I can point out some egregious and less than egregious examples. One of the more egregious ones is the Trump and Netanyahu, AI deepfake, where they're sitting shirtless on a beach in front of what is a clearly repurposed Gaza Strip. That is an incredibly heinous use of a deep fake, or using AI in order to do something fake like that. A less egregious use of it would be the animated pug videos. You guys probably might know the ones I'm talking about. It's where the pug, saves the damsel in distress. He cooks for that damsel in distress. He goes on adventures. That's all AI generated. It's all fake, and it gets millions of views. Like, boatloads of views. Alright. Yeah, an absolute metric boatload of views. Now, the effect of that is particularly upsetting, but it's hard for people to be mad at AI slop that features a pug. So, to bring us back on topic, so I don't, delve into rabbit holes I don't need to delve into. It's very possible. How likely? Probably not that likely, but possible that people are using AI to deepfake their switches being bricked. Okay, which one did I end up getting there? I think it's that first one. Yeah, it's that one. Delete the pin, and let's mark these. Should be at 174 now. I'm going to do the acorns first, and then deal with the other stuff that's in this area. But what are we dealing with precisely? There is a Korok here. I cannot tell. Oh, is that a level 3 construct? I think it might be. Yeah, it sure is. Wow, this high grav stuff is so interesting. I sincerely mean that. I could get the fear that I have is I'm gonna get too used to it. All right, come on there. Show me what you got. And where do we have it? Okay, so that does work. Cool, but you do have to crouch. You cannot just do it plain. That's fine. That was fun. So I have a Korok here. What I don't know is how exactly I'm supposed to do it. It is under the catch the light, I think is the specific puzzle type. And normally with things like flowers, if I'm not sure, like a flower trail Korok, if I'm not sure, the map will usually give me an idea of where to look. Here, I have no clue. Position negative 300, 3,620. Let me look at my coordinates here. 620, 17. I'm a little off. Let's get that coordinate correct. So 1788. Oh, it's like underneath. Okay. That's what's going on here. It's like underneath. And then we have whatever the heck this is. Is this a sediment block? It is. Let's, before we crack that and mayhaps drain the water out of somewhere, let's get the other Korok that I know is here. All right. Map says that location, but obviously it's something else. What might that be? Maybe perhaps up here? Yeah, here. I'm happy that I'm happy that Mr. NK doesn't have a bricked switch. I'm gonna feel for you when you do have one, because that's gonna be real upsetting. But insofar as it has not been bricked yet, I'm happy. Because that's $450 that fewer and fewer people are having. Let me... Oh, I don't have a rod of fire. Oh, yeah, that was something else, too. So I fiddled around with a magic rod. I went and spent some pose to get it. I made an opal rod. Now, is this thing very good? From what I have read about, no. It is not. But I do find it hilarious that you could put... It's not just ruby, topaz, or I'm sorry, yes. Ruby, sapphire, or topaz. There are, in fact, other things you can do, which I think is fairly impressive. Okay. Can we do anything with that? What's the whole point of that? Okay, there's a rock in there, but I have no idea. All right, so let's deal with what I can obviously tell is a shrine ruin. At least I think it's a shrine ruin. All right, where's the crystal? We know that we're gonna have to go get one. What? Oh, that's just not what it does. Straight up. Light Cast Island. Well, I'm gonna get these fish. I don't want the fish going to waste. That would be awful. Hardy bass. This large fish lives near the water's edge. Its sizable body can store a lot of nutrients. When used in cooking, it'll restore all your hearts and increase your maximum hearts. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to have access to this. Oh, that looks like I could take a picture. It sure is. Poor guy. That's okay. You'll go into Link's extra dimensional pocket, and you'll die a true death, friend. No flopping about in the water for you. That's got to be awful. Because, you know, for fish, you know, them flopping around like that is basically suffocation. Could you imagine being put into a vacuum inside of, like, space or something? And, you know, that is not super effective. Yeah, this is like absurd levels of power. Just throw out a puff shroom and instant sneak strikes. I don't know whether to raise my eyebrow at the game and be like, that's too broken, or you know, oh, that's really cool. They recognize that people were abusing sneak strikes anyway in the previous game, so they're like, let's just give them the ability to do that. I think we have gotten them all, so we've gotten all the fish. So let's go in here real quick. What the heck? Catch the light. Are we putting this down here? Yes, buddy, I know. It's cold. Okay, what do we do with this, though? I can tell we're supposed to do something with these, but I don't really know. Oh, these are mirrors. These are mirrors. Okay, okay. Got it. We actually don't want to... I see. Okay, we don't want to do things like this. We instead, at most, want to take this around so we can transport it. Like so. That's also why we're still in high grav. Otherwise, this would be or low grav. Otherwise, this would be really hard.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Yeah, so this first, since my timers are based on the real world clock, our first segment's gonna look a little bit weird. But don't worry, because I do intend on staying the full time over to make sure that, you know, you guys get your 4 hours. You guys get what you signed up for. But that would be our cue for the commercial break. Normally, I take these 1 hour, like an hour apart. It's just that I woke up late. My apologies again. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, and, you know, bearing with the fact that, you know, even though I'm late, I am in fact still here. You know, I appreciate the folks that have come by. If you guys like this content, you know, don't mind the fact that I have been late. You know, feel free to give me a follow on Twitch, or, you know, subscribe on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help the content grow. Now, I'm not going to be doing the extra shilling for Coffee and Patreon today. I don't really feel like I have earned that. Yeah, I really don't feel like I've earned it. So, you know, instead I'll just kind of use that time to maybe push the emotes or something else along those lines. I mean, do things like this. Is that... We kind of want to turn it. So it's doing that. Yeah, that's gonna fall down. That's fine. Gonna pick this up just in case and set it down. I don't think the mirrors are useful for very much, but it's nice to know that they're there, you know? Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course it would break. I'll just bash you normally. And of course it's cold. It's fine. Just deal with it. So what was all this for? I'm really curious. What was this whole giant puzzle even for? Please don't tell me it was just for a treasure chest. A Zonite helm. A helmet forged of Zonite, the magic infused into it during its production, grants the wearer improved energy efficiency for Zonite devices. Oh, that's really cool. Actually, that is like a hella worth this giant puzzle. Truly. Now, where are we in terms of that Korok from earlier? 941, 996. That tells me that it is in fact up above, not below. Oh, but also there's more below here. Cool. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, well, let's get out of the cold. And I probably have just enough time to take a break. But I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. There we go. Sorry about that. All right, we are back, everybody. Now our break should look like normal for the remainder of the stream. They should look like normal. So, I am going to begin the long, arduous process of learning how to animate a tornado. I think that is the next emote I want to make as a replacement for the spinning pride coin. Because even though it is still Pride Month, it is Disabled Pride Month, as a matter of fact. So, you know, happy Disabled Pride Month, everybody. This is more my month than, because June is, I'm sorry, is it June? Yeah, June is LGBT Pride Month. So the disabled version is the month right after. It's a nice month to have. I didn't even know that there was one, if I'm being honest. So if you see someone that is both LGBT, and you know, they're dealing with health conditions and so on, whether they're wheelchair bound or they're autistic or whatever, you know, wish them a happy Pride Month. I bet that would make them feel really heard and really seen right now, because in a world that increasingly wants to unsee them. A mysterious stone fragment that fell from the sky. Its gem-like quality makes it highly valuable. One theory is that it has the power to light up its environments. Yes, it does. You can put this in a rod. I'm not going to, because it's really rare. But this is the other thing you can put into a gem. It's a rod. It's not a diamond. It's a star fragment. And it does, in fact, light up your environment. Yay, that's 1 heart later. Sorry, I couldn't. I have my hands full. One hand on a controller and another on a cup of coffee, everybody. What's your drink of choice when you're gaming? Of course, I'm gonna take a second and save. Not so we don't have to do that again. I could do that again all day long. It's for what's gonna come up next. It's this right here. And now we're gonna go back to that shrine, and we can go deal with the dispenser that's there. See, I wish there was like a topographical indicator. Oh no. My black lab is clawing at my door. Give me just a second, everybody. Come on. You want to get under the desk, baby girl? The person who's next door is trying to sleep right now. She's not feeling very good. Forgive me. My black lab has decided to come seeking comfort in whatever way they can find it, and it happens to be me right now. All right, baby girl, sit down. Good girl. Good girl. You don't have to stay here, but if you're gonna be here, I need you to sit so I know where I can sit. Cool? Cool. All right. Let's quickly... Okay, you gonna cross the boundary between my wires again? Okay. Cross. Midnight. Sit down. Sit down or move. So sorry, everyone. The joys of, you know, parenting pets, right? Alright, so let's go ahead and toss in some charges and see what happens. Let's take the 10 of these lovely things. A hoverstone, a Zonai device that can defy gravity and hang in place. Ages ago, the Zonai may have used this technology to create islands that float in the sky. What? I mean, that does make sense. It does make sense that they can do that. But now, what am I gonna do with that? Midnight, what you doing, baby girl? Don't go over there. Midnight, sit down. Midnight, sit down. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Why? Okay, are you trying to get my attention, or are you gonna... Okay, you don't have to sit, but you do have to pick a spot. That's all. Okay, we got the 3 Koroks. There is one over yonder that we can go and grab. Way out there. Let's return to up here, and we can move. We can move around the little God, what do they call those? The Midnight. What you doing? Don't be sniffing around down there for strange things. I gotta vacuum this room. That's what's gotta happen. Okay, let's go back to... that explains why there was such a huge structure over that way. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay, maybe don't do that, because that's gonna jettison us down south. Think it might be over there. Let me just orient this correctly. Okay. My black lab has figured out that she should lay down. Silly Billy. Gotta love pets, everybody. Do you guys have pets? If so, you know, what kind do you have? What... Okay, we gotta wait as long as humanly possible. But yeah, what kinds of pets do you guys have? Dogs and cats are really common, but you know, I'm just as interested in hearing you got a blue-footed booby or something. Yes, that's the name of a real bird. As a pet. I am, in fact, interested in that. Okay, we actually have to eat something now. Is there something in here? A very old map that shows a marked spot. What could there be? That is a incredibly long way away from where we're trying to go. Dang it, I didn't quite land. That's kind of unfortunate. Okay, let's make sure we do this right. There, perfect. We are now done with Koroks in the sky. I, of course, am gonna go look around and just make sure that there's nothing else here, which there very well could be. Yeah, look, there is something underneath there. Oh, I gotta be careful. That was a close call. This is exactly why we made the food we made earlier. And our reward for coming here was a whole smorgasbord of, you know, sky mushrooms. They're not very useful for cooking, I've noticed. Like, you can cook with them, but, like, they're not worth very much in terms of health. So the skewers they make are not very good either. But if you need something as, like, an ingredient to make a dish, then it can do that for you. Oh, hello. Let's do this. Okay, now why? What is all this? There are 2 springs, but why? I have no idea. But we are done here, so let's get out. Let's go back to the tower. We don't need to be up there. We can finally start mapping Koroks on the surface. And just make sure I've actually marked its presence off my map. And there is one in Sky I did not mark the presence of, but I should have gotten it. Yes, I did in fact get it, so let me go ahead and mark that one. All right, we could start marking some. Why don't we go to the, actually, what we can do is let's start on the surface, and I'm gonna wait for Misko's treasure. I don't want to go there yet, but I do want to make sure we've kind of grabbed things. And I think starting at the Korok Bridge is like a pretty good way to go, being quite honest. Now, where is this one? This one's like all the way out here. Maybe around... yeah, right around here. And we'll just kind of work our way around the Tabanthan region. Next one's like up here. Then we have one over here. Like right around this spot here. Then we have one right around here. We're basically gonna kind of do like a, we're gonna sweep in we're gonna sweep in like a circle. There's one like, that's gotta be it. Yeah, it's this tree. We're gonna kind of, we're gonna, you know, work inside the perimeter there and go as fast as humanly possible. This is that spot right there. Probably on that island. All right. we have figured out where we're going. Now, this is quite a bit higher up, but let's eat some food, and then we shouldn't have to worry about... We shouldn't have to worry about that for a while. I am, however, going to go to Sky to, like, get things started. And then we're going to turn around. Now, what are these little petroglyph rune things? I know we're gonna find out in time, but I still find these little spots hilarious to look at. I also can't wait until we get the rest of the glide set, so that I bet we're gonna move really, really fast. Or really far while we're gliding. Like we're free falling or skydiving like this. Skydiving is something I've wanted to do for a long time, but I have a fear of heights. Like, that's a little tidbit that most people don't know about me. I am fearful of heights, big or small. I can handle Ferris wheels, but the second I start moving and I realize that I'm at like a really absurd height, that's the extent. I gotta have that height paired with something else, like I don't know. I've ridden on the Tornado before, which is a roller coaster. I have ridden on that. It wasn't super fast, but it was fast, and the speed was enough to distract me from having to worry about the height. But I like my feet being firmly planted on the ground. It's a short people thing. Although some short people I've discovered are the exact opposite. They're like, yeah, man, I'm short. I wanna... Okay, we're gonna put a mushroom on this. Yeah, don't even think about it. I was about to say that a Bokoblin boss definitely was like, I'm just gonna like... Oh my goodness, that is... No, we don't. Ah, well, that's gone. All right. All right, good night, Mr. Mob Boss. See you never. Give me that steak. Nice. All right, now what were you guys guarding away in your little hovel so intensely? Spiked Bokobo. An upgraded Bokobo bound with animal bone to boost its durability and firepower. Its craftsmanship is sloppy, but it's light and easy to use. I will definitely take that. And now we're going to take our little collection of boxes, and we're going to just do this. This is way better than using your hammer. Your like two-handed implements to break these, your axes and so on. Saves on durability and like fused materials. It saves on both, which I find to be really, really important. Now, I'm willing to bet our friend, the Korok, is probably underneath here, if'n I had to guess. Which, let me take a nice long look at that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let me not use an expensive bow. Done. Let's mark that one. And now we're going to unmark that pin and go back to Sky Tower so we can repeat this process over again. This is way faster than just moving about and collecting the Koroks, you know, by climbing up sheer cliffs. We don't have the ability to climb real fast yet. We don't have a Zonai device that'll do that easily. I can put my shield... I can't attach a rocket to my shields, but I find that like really chews their durability. I don't like doing that. I hope everybody enjoyed today's thumbnail. I did work hard in making it. Just gonna start gliding right now. I worked really hard to make it. It's part of why I overslept, if I'm being quite honest with you. My sleep schedule has been getting worse rather than better, so I've been trying to sleep early as compensation. It has not worked yet. Thank goodness I kind of know where this is. I'm pretty sure there was a Korok in this exact spot in Breath of the Wild too. It's nice to see that there's so many similar spots. On one hand, it's like, ooh, it could reek of laziness. On the other hand, you know, I like that there's some continuity. There's give and take. I can see arguments for both. I don't see a Korok here, which very likely means that there is another, there's something else nearby. No, I definitely don't want to do that. All right. Ah, there are going to be a bunch of these, are there, that are going to test our archery skills? I'm fine with this. Speaking of things to cross off my bucket list, I've got a crossbow, but I'd like to know how to use it. I would like to be able to actually pull a bow and be able to, you know, say that that's a skill that I can have. You know, the age of the internet might come and go, and having the ability to do things that are outside the realm of computers is important. There's an old series. I forget what it's called, but I say old, but it was like in... No, not yet. I guess I'll talk to you. These bubble frog creatures are supposed to live in caves, eh? What's a bubble frog? Wah! Don't scare me like that. My poor heart can't take it. You just started talking without confirming who you were talking to. Get over yourself. Are you by chance looking for bubble frogs too? Yeah. Aha, I knew it. They must have asked you too. Supposedly, there are creatures called bubble frogs that live in caves. They're bluish and whitish and stick to walls. Odd stuff. And those two folks at Woodland Stable in Northeast Eldon, curious pair, very strange, maybe a little off. They're looking for something called Bubble Frog Drop. Bubble Frogs Drop. They asked me to do the collecting. So did they ask you too? They offered treasure in exchange. Good treasure. It was a sweet deal, at least it would have been. But I don't know the first thing about cave creatures. That treasure was awful appealing, though. Caves are really dangerous. Is finding bubble gems even worth it? What? You got your hands on a bubble gem? You had the courage to not only go in a cave, but to face down a strange creature? You're a brave one, that's for sure. If you manage to get your hands on a bubble gem, you should try to find those two oddballs at Woodland Stable in Eldon to the northeast. Those fellows were in a real frenzy to find those gems. I bet you'll find them in the cave near the stable. I heard them talking about some rare treasure they had. I think it was like a mystic robe or something like that. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea to go see them. I'll say, but not yet. Also, might that be a well you're referring to, as opposed to, say, I don't know, a cave? Alright, so over here... Ah! Hello, Mr. Boulder. Nice of you to have remained there all those years ago. And now, we're going to take you, and we're going to put you in there. Like that. Okay. Next stop on our list is a stable. It's the first stable in the area. Not gonna talk to those chaps yet. You know, the ones that were mentioned. And let's go ahead and put on our Hylian gear, because why not? Oh, hello. Kato, is that you again? Oh my god. Lady Impa, I caught up with you. No, you didn't. I'm pretty sure that's something else entirely. Ah, Link, I was finally able to make my way to Lady Impa. She's standing on the ruins over there. Please go see her. Man. Hello, Mr. Fernandez. Welcome on in. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You're asking, what do I think about the Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom? Don't know. I've seen, Alexandri play it on YouTube, so I know what it's about. I know what the general mechanics are. I kind of liken it to the remake of or like the remaster of A Link Between Worlds, or not A Link Between Worlds, I'm sorry. Link's Awakening for like the Switch. I liken it to that. I like the art style. Zelda finally gets her own game, but I feel like Zelda's game fits a checkbox rather than, you know, is actually meaningful. There's not that much story to it. Still, as a Zelda game is cool enough on its own. I like that it, you know, at least it fills the historical checkboxes, you know, that Zelda has her own game. I just hope they don't do a one and done, or they relegate Zelda to kid level games. You know, they're easy, they're meant as time wasters, things like that. I hope they don't relegate Zelda to that fate like they do with Princess Peach. Princess Peach has a few games. The ones where she stars in with Mario and company aren't half bad. I'm talking like of course the Paper Mario franchise. Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, the Super Paper Mario in particular was my first instance of actually being able to control Peach in more than just a skit or a segment, but I do enjoy those segments quite a bit. But otherwise, I guess there's Super Peach or whatever that game is for the DS. It's like the only one of those I know about. And from what I hear, it's got very mixed messaging, very mixed results. And then you have that what you can obviously tell is meant to be marketed toward, the modern audience of girls. There's like a Switch title where Peach puts on a whole bunch of different costumes. Like, I hope they don't do that with Zelda. I think she deserves more than that. Like, she's an actually really important character. Peach is important too, but I think with her, it makes sense for her to be dolled up to young girls. Like, she's kind of the stereotypical female protagonist. And through the power of friendship and a change in wardrobe, she's able to defeat the bad guys. And I do like that Switch installment because, she actually... Hold on. Give me just a second, everybody. I hope that the dogs being in my office is not an everyday occurrence from here on out. Although I suppose I can't blame them for being lonely. Dogs like human contact. It kind of sucks when they don't have it, But like I was saying, Princess Peach can be both a ninja, or be a fencer, or, stuff like that. Is it girly? Yes, but that's kind of the point. Zelda's not a girly girl. She's feminine, but she's not like a little girl's girl. She's not marketed directly for girls. She's marketed for women. Peach is marketed for girls. There's a difference. I'll join you both just as soon as I catch my breath. In terms of actually having played the game, though, Mr. Fernandez, to get to the heart of your question, I don't have any thoughts about Echoes of Wisdom. I've seen it played. I know what it is. I know what it looks like. Probably not quite my cup of tea, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't play it. Maybe I'll find parts of it to enjoy, but I would probably struggle to enjoy it at times. Without having played it, it's hard to say. I'll join you both just as soon as I catch my breath. Kato, buddy, I'm pretty sure that is just rubble. What the heck? Oh, that's just a stone. Oh, new serene stable. Actually, no, this is correct. What? Isn't that what that quest was saying? Impa and the Geoglyphs. New serene stable. No, that's correct. Is traveling Hyrule to see the so-called geoglyphs that appeared across the land. He said she's at New Serene Stable and he's going there to join her. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Gentlemen. A legendary weapon, you say? Anya, give that a little more thought. Things with legendary in the title are usually just stories. There's simply no way it exists. But that rumored beast you're after, that's what's just a story. No, go to any stable in Hyrule and you'll find people excited about the rumored beast. But it's rumored for a reason, gentlemen. Stables are places where information gathers. If it weren't true, you wouldn't hear about it at so many stables. Even if I grant you that, we don't stand to gain anything by finding this rumored beast. A legendary weapon, on the other hand, is bound to be strong indeed. We would have nothing to fear of monsters. And what if this weapon is legendarily brittle and useless? Let's start visiting stables to gather information and track down that rumored beast. That's why I said we should go and seek out the legendary weapon. Okay, gentlemen.
Hey.
Welcome to New Serene Stable. Thank you for supporting the Stable Association. If this is your first time here, we'll add 1 point to your pony points. No, I don't need to stay here. Ever since Hyrule Castle started floating, things have been falling from the sky. Almost makes you wonder if this is the end of the world. I promise you it's not, gentlemen. I promise you it's not. You just kind of have to, you know, stay strong.
Yeah.
Oh, customer. Hi there, and welcome to New Serene Stable. I'm kind of in the middle of something, but if you'd like to use the stable, you can go up to the counter. Well, since you asked. After a long, tireless search, I found a wagon to call my own. Look at this beaut. Okay, yes, clearly it's a fixer-upper. But I can replace the missing wheels using building materials from the stable. Then I just have to catch a wild horse and to hook the wagon up to, and I'll be set.
Hey.
There's a stash of unused building materials at every stable. No two stashes will have the exact same materials.
Ooh.
But they do have one thing in common. They're open for everyone to use, no questions asked. If you catch a wild horse, you can make it your own. There are lots of them around here, as a matter of fact. It's hard to catch them, though. You have to crouch down and sneak up on them or they'll run away. Even if you do catch one, you have to soothe the horse to get thrown off. I always mess that part up. Fine, don't offer to help. Yeesh. Do I look like I could fix a horse-drawn wagon on my own? It's not as if I wouldn't pay you back. I'll give you all my savings, in fact. Oh my god. Well, actually ask people, you dolt. Oh my god, that is infuriating. I hate when people don't. My dad does this a lot. I hate that. In fact, pretty much all the adults I know, pretty much, you know, they like, do you want to do X? When they really mean, would you like to do X with me? Or do you mind doing X for me? And I'm like, well, you made it about me by saying, do you want to do blank? And I don't want to do blank. So no. If you had said, do you mind doing blank for me? Or do you mind doing X with me? You've made it about you. Or you're very clear you're asking for something. So I'm more inclined to say yes. Ask direct questions, everybody. It's not that hard. And, you know, if you don't want to ask the question, try writing it down. You know, check yes or no. Something like that. I think that's how the song goes. What? It's fixed? Yes, be thankful. It's fixed. It's fixed. Did you do this for me? Yes. I like that it removes the ectoplasmic superglue made out of, you know, mineral filament from the cart. Thank you so much. It's like a brand new wagon with wheels and everything. Now I'm only one step away from having my dream of having a horse-drawn wagon. Of course, that last hurdle is the hardest, catching a wild horse. As soon as I get near a wild horse, it runs off. How am I gonna catch one? We are going to take horse. We're gonna take Rainbow. Because I don't need 2 horses. 1 horse is fine for me. Thanks for waiting. Would you like to equip your horse with a towing harness? It's fine as is. Horses that have lots of stamina can run at top speed for a long time. However, they can't turn well when they're running at top speed. If your horse can't turn sharply, you're more likely to hit obstacles, so think before you ask your horse to sprint. Come back again anytime.
Ah.
Is this horse yours? What a cutie, and so well-mannered, too. It's just what I pictured. Perfect for pulling my wagon. It's all yours. Huh? You mean that? You really part with such a wonderful horse? I have one, so go ahead.
Oh.
Thank you. Wow. Who knew stuff like this really happened? I'm so happy. I'll just go ahead and put a harness on it. A harness? A harness is a piece of equipment that you can put on horses you own. With a harness, you can connect your horse to a wagon or an item you need to take somewhere. If you collect enough pony points, you can get one as a prize. So bear with me a moment. I bet they're going to show us what one looks like on a harness. Yeah, there we go. And we're all set.
Ah.
I can't believe it. A wagon of my own and a beautiful horse to pull it. To think I started with that old piece of junk and ended up with this. Amazing. Thank you so much. Here, it's all I have left after buying the wagon. I'm begging you, no, forcing you to take it. Please. Money. Oh, that's right. There's one last order of business. What's your name?
Oh.
Link? Zumi. Link. Maybe Zuli or Lumi, or what about Zunk? I'll call this wagon Zunk. I promise to look after Zunk for as long as I live. Feel free to come visit the two of us anytime. Horse-drawn dreams. Zumi's dream of a horse-drawn wagon once looked hopeless. She didn't have wheels or even a horse. But you repaired the wheels and caught a horse, resulting in a horse-drawn wagon she could feel proud to own. This wagon she dubbed Zunk, a combination of your name and hers.
Yeah.
Oh, Link, did you come to check in on Zunk? You worked so hard to make my wagon complete, I promise. I'll never, ever let anything happen to it. But is that all you wanted, or did you need something from me? I may not be of much help unless you want to hear some of the things I know about horses. Sure, go ahead. Let's see. I think you know how to catch them by sneaking up quietly from behind. Oh, do you know how to tell a horse's temperament from the pattern on its pelt? Horses with spots are docile and easier to tame. That makes them easier to catch. Ones that are one color with no patterns tend to be wilder and more difficult to tame. But they're faster and stronger, and you can spur them on more. Good to know, right? I'm kind of an expert on horses, so if you want to learn more, just ask. I won't reveal all my secrets at once. Gotta keep him coming back. Man, are you trying to, like, lead me along or something? Damn, just ask him out, my girl. Really? It's differently patterned grass? That's what we're looking at here? Come on. Whatever. What a surprise it is to see you here after all this time, Link. I'm surprised to see her up and moving. But I suppose it makes sense. I heard you had gone missing. It is certainly a relief to see you back and in one piece, more or less. And Princess Zelda, where's she? It's a long story, Impa. Very long story. What? She still has yet to return? In that case, we must use all available means to search for her. Link, when Princess Zelda went missing, something else happened all over Hyrule. During the upheaval, huge pictures appeared out of nowhere. Images that sprawled across fields and hills. We are calling them geoglyphs. I understand they've been found in locations across the kingdom. Kato and I are traveling from region to region in hopes of seeing them all. I noticed this geoglyph from a distance while I was standing on high ground. Examining it up close, I could not make out what it depicted. I thought I might have a better view from up in the sky. I took to the air and the balloon Pora gave me, but then, alas, the wind struck and completely sheared the balloon off the base. I've racked my brain for ways to reattach the two parts to no avail. Impa was investigating a geoglyph near New Serene Stable. She's frustrated because it's impossible to see the full picture from the ground. If you fix the broken balloon she told you about, she might be able to get a bird's eye view. Yeah, that's not particularly very hard. Also, we have a new character profile to read. Former chief of the Sheikah who served the royal family of Hyrule for generations and is a living witness to its near extinction. Sometime after guiding Link through the calamity, Impa made her granddaughter Paya the new chief. Being over a century old hasn't stopped Impa from doing her part in the search for Princess Zelda. She's investigating the geoglyphs around Hyrule, certain they will provide clues to where the princess is. Wow, so Pora is a full-blown chieftain now. That's cool. I like the continuity. Alright, here you go. Oh, you fixed my balloon with ectoplasmic superglue. There's your super balloon. Now go find your super balloon. Thank you, Link. Will you come with me to look at the geoglyph then? Sure. Time to head out then. Ah, I nearly forgot. Would you mind doing one final thing for me? Light a fire there and the balloon will start to float. Then we could be on our way. What is it? Where are we heading? Please, try to take the balloon directly above the geoglyph.
Oh.
Too high up. I feel faint. But finally we can see it. The geoglyph. Well done, Link. You know, I read something in the village's old literature, a passage about what the ancients called dragon's tears. With the tears rest upon the earth, we marked down the images to which they gave birth. I believe this geoglyph is one such image, but even from this vantage, its meaning is no clearer to me. Nor can I figure out what dragon's tears might be. Is this the picture of a Zonai? It looks like one. You know, it's just missing the little, it's missing where the nose would be. But you know, if the literature is correct, one of them should be quite close. Near the geoglyph or even within its borders.
Yeah.
But you look around, this could be the clue we need to discover Princess Zelda's whereabouts. If you like to examine the geoglyph from ground level, you can float down with a paraglider. No need to worry about me, I can manage a simple landing. You hitched a ride on the balloon and saw the whole geoglyph from the air. According to Impa, hidden somewhere in the geoglyph is something called the Dragon's Tear. Search the most likely spot to find it. HBK says, I love this game. Thank you for continuing the stream. You're welcome, HBK, anytime. Good to see you, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and in mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, we just got started on the Hebra region, and we kind of bumped into this quest by accident. So, we're now gonna go probably find the Dragon's Tear, which I presume would be, you know, near the eye of said creature. But yeah, it's quite literally right here, I think. Maybe. Let's see. Can we rewind? No. Okay, if this is like a cutscene, I am gonna go ahead and link out the mic here. It looks like it's gonna be a cutscene.
What? Oh dear. Where am I? We didn't mean to startle you. I'm sorry. It's okay. My name is Sonia.
And could we ask what your name is?
I am the daughter of King Rome of Hyrule, Zelda.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule? And you're the king?
My name is Rauru, King Rauru of Hyrule.
King Rauru? And Queen Sonia? But that must mean...
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Wow. Okay, so this is the memory mechanic from Breath of the Wild made manifest. Okay, that's cool. Unfortunately, my little advertisement alert did happen right toward the end of that cutscene. So sorry about that. But you guys do know what that means. I'm gonna get the, I'm not gonna do any major shilling today. Again, I woke up late. I don't feel I've really earned it. So outside of doing the free easy things to help the channel grow, the only thing I'm gonna maybe talk about are emotes. Let me make sure I'm not pulling my cords here. So you guys might notice that if we look at the intermission screen, or you guys look at the starting soon screen, I have some little adverts off in the corner. I've made a sub goal. So if you guys are on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, you guys, sorry, that's for YouTube. For me to make partner, I gotta get 4,000 subscribers and a whole bunch of watch hours. That's gonna take a lot of time. There's kind of nothing to do except just keep trucking along. And I'll talk about YouTube in just a minute. But for you guys on Twitch, a subscription, even a Prime Gaming one, from your Amazon that you get from your Amazon Prime account, you get a Prime Gaming subscription to use for free, non-renewable every month. That counts toward the points that you guys see perhaps here in the intermission screen. When that gauge fills, I will have a new emote slot. So I'm already designing up an emote. It's going to replace, it's an animated emote. It's going to replace the spinning pride coin. But if you guys want, more emotes, feel free to subscribe on Twitch. That's the only way that fills up, by the way. No other package counts toward that regard. Now, for you guys on YouTube, I am going to look at the posting I made on Thursday, but on July the 3rd. We did hit 100 subscribers. Congratulations. But, I am still working on a, YouTube milestone, a major milestone for having hit 50. So I'm doing a minor one at 100 for an AMA. I'm gonna check that posting, but so far, no one has put any questions either on Discord or on YouTube. So if you guys want to contribute to an AMA, put some stuff, but either on that YouTube post or Um, or on my Discord post. I made a channel called the AMA Room. You guys could type stuff in there. Feel free to do that. Mr. Fernandez says it's horrible that when you bought the PS5, they didn't announce the PS6 for 2026. You hate that? Wait, I'm a bit confused. Is there a new PlayStation on the market? I'm confused, but maybe I'll look into that after we take the commercial break. Sony didn't announce PlayStation 6. No problem. No problem at all. We'll read this after we come back from our commercial break. I doubt I can do it in 20 seconds, but thank you guys so much for hanging out with me so far. You guys have been awesome. And when we come back from said commercial break, you know, we'll pick up where we left off and hopefully get back to putting in some Koroks. See you after the break, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Ugh. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Oh.
Link, you look distracted. What's wrong? Tell her what you saw, Link.
Oh.
Goodness, you say you had a vision, saw mysterious figures, and then Princess Zelda? The geoglyphs, the literature, the dragon's tears, and now a vision of the lost princess? What if these are all connected? Let us continue to examine the geoglyphs. They may contain further clues that lead to Princess Zelda. You know, according to the literature, there is something to do with geoglyphs in the Forgotten Temple. The Forgotten Temple lies at the bottom of a canyon in Hebra. I think we should make our way there soon. Also, I like that the geoglyphs are basically... There's like a... It's like a receding or glowing or pulsing effect on the geoglyph. It's cool. The literature hints that something related to the geoglyphs can be found within the Forgotten Temple. The temple is at the bottom of a canyon in Hebra. I suggest you steel yourself and then go and seek it out. Okay. You found one of the mysterious dragon's tears within a geoglyph and received a vision about Princess Zelda by investigating it. Impa thinks that the mystery of the geoglyphs might connect to something that's inside the Forgotten Temple. Okay, and then we had the character profiles. But then we also have these memories. We have Memory 0, which we know nothing about. And then, where am I? After disappearing into the depths under the castle, Zelda wakes up and meets two strangers who introduce themselves as King Rauru and Queen Sonia. She's left startled by a suspicion that she's heard those names before. Now I think we're gonna see if we can't talk to our good sir, Mr. Cato. Also, it's nice that these are also marked on the map, so we know right away that they're done. It's just too bad I can't mark them off on the object map. It's fine. Before continuing, we're going to, is Mr. Cato there? I don't think he is anymore. No, I see his horse. Hey, busy day. Busy day. At least with all the tall trees around here, you don't have to worry about getting lost. Those Skyview towers are easy to pick out on the horizon, huh? That's why they make such good landmarks. Though the Sky Islands are grander, of course. If ever I'm lost, I know I can look up at them to find my way. Is there some way to reach them? As a consummate traveler, I'd love to go up there just once. Do you have a paraglider? Do you have cold resistance gear? Do you have, some stamina food to eat along the way? You could probably make your way up there. Oh, and yeah, I totally forgot about the healthy doses of courage required to go skydiving. Again, it's something I want to do, but I know I don't have the psychological fortitude to handle that. I just don't. So the most I'll ever be able to do is watch people do it. And I have to be content with that. There's pushing limits, and then there's psychological scarring. The difference between the two is... The difference between the two is less than you might think. Ah, they want us to use a hot air setup to make that happen. Greetings, Mr. Michael Diaz. Good afternoon to you as well. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We're going to change this so it's upright. And then we're going to go from there. You've come in just in time. We are in the midst of... We're in the midst of completing a shrine. Now, what I don't know is, what kind of platform do I attach to these? The little gazebo style platform is something that oh, I wonder if we do things like this. I don't think so. I think we want an open flame here, and then we want another one here. You made the, you went to this shrine on Saturday? Nice, nice. I don't think so. You're not going anywhere quite yet. I'm a little worried that the platform is gonna, like, burn up, but maybe I shouldn't be. You put the candle inside of the balloon? I did more or less do that, yeah. No, we don't. And very quickly, I don't want moving parts going somewhere else. Let's separate all these out in case we need them for some strange reason. Hello. What do we do with that? The important thing is that it worked. Yeah, I agree. The devices in this, because there's so many different ways to solve a problem, you can even probably auto-build in this. You cannot auto-build in this area. I take that back. Okay, the solutions are fairly linear then. But the important thing is that even within the restricted context of using things that you can only find in the shrine, there still could be multiple solutions. So yeah, the important thing is that it worked. I'm pretty sure it just wants us to put a balloon there, right? You have many ways to beat the shrine? Yes, exactly. I think that's the beautiful and terrifying thing about Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, if I'm being honest with you. Is I prefer it when solutions are linear. I don't, I can struggle. Okay, that's clearly not what's supposed to happen. Oh, but we can still ascend through this anyway. Oh, it just had to, like, find the correct position. Okay. Cool. I hope we don't need that little device then. Okay, this is a much bigger room. We've got to find a shrine. Gotta find the shrine chest. We have not found that yet. Thank goodness they standardized the number of chests that are in the shrines. It looks like they've standardized it anyway. You like this kind of freedom to do it your way, quote unquote. Yeah, I agree. I am definitely the person that likes when there's like a consistent solution to things, but I do sometimes want the creativity. I go back and forth. There are some aspects about being able to, you know, have multiple solutions to puzzles is, like, I enjoy that. But there are some times where I'm like, okay, why aren't you guiding me toward a specific solution? Why are you making me have to puzzle out what I want to do? Just tell me what to do. That's definitely a me thing, and not an everybody thing. I want to make sure I'm not projecting here. My lack of enjoyment in creative solutions sometimes is in fact a me thing. Okay, so we have clearly that's the puzzle. We just put an orb here. I bet that's exactly what happens. So we need to find out where the shrine chest is. Ah, okay. So we've got we got 2 holes. Do we have 2 balls? We do not have Oh, yes, we do. We have a big one and a small one. Okay. That's cool. So something tells me we're gonna need to, like, put out or throw in a whole bunch of flame emitters. We're gonna need to figure out. Maybe we attach them to this thing and then put a hot air balloon on it. Don't do that. Do this. Do we have platforms or... Can't quite tell. And why is this recessed this way? I have no idea. Oh, I wonder if we're gonna need to put the platform on top. Like that. And then put the emitter up around here like this. Michael DS says, I like the Zelda puzzles because usually it's the perfect balance between not too hard and not too easy puzzles. Yeah, there are good reasons to like the... there are definitely good reasons. That is not at all the right thing. Okay. Okay, let me not do it like that. I think I need to attach the two things independently first. And then put it on top. Michael DS says, I got only one flame, but with 4 it will rise faster. Yeah, it is kind of the goal. I'm trying to do this. That is not at all what I'm wanting to do. I want it directly on top of the emitter. And then we, what? Oh, God. Things are not going to go over well, I fear. That is very funny, though. I do agree with you. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to retrieve that balloon, though. Maybe. Yeah, we can save that ball. Good thinking. We actually now don't even need that particular device. We just need to get the correct angling here. Yep, we could just do it like this. And take the wooden platform. And honestly, those big, that big flamethrower can do its thing. All right, chest done. On Opal. Nice. It'll replace the one I used in the magic rod. I did the grinding, a little bit of grinding off screen, and I had enough pose to for to buy something, and they seem to be be a renewable resource. So do I have to go back and get the... I have to go back and get... Oh no, never mind. I could just use this. Okay. I went and purchased a magic rod from the Bargainer statue, and I was experimenting around, saving and reloading, trying different things, and when I experimented with the opal, I noticed that it actually did something attached to a magic rod. And it basically spits out water. It's really cool. me stand over here to kind of counterbalance the small ball. I'm pretty sure I'm heavier than it, but should be fine. Let's do things like this. Put that right there. And put that ball in this hole. You're a little unsure about your recent purchase? Oh, what did you purchase? If and you don't mind my asking, since you say you're unsure about it. Mr. Fernandez was talking about, you know, purchasing a PS5 recently, and then, you know, being mad that perhaps a PS6 will be announced by Sony fairly quick. Hard to parse the message, but kind of sucks to buy a console, a next-gen console. And, you know, it gets invalidated. We now know who the woman in this, with the statue is. Her name is, Sophia. I was wondering who the lady next to King Rauru is, and now we know from that Dragon's Tear memory. Right, let's get out of here. You purchased a 5070 Ti? Oh, that's a nice graphics card. It's not at 5080, but it's pretty good. It's like almost twice as good, or... No, actually, take that back. I've heard reports that it's like 40 or 50% better than a 3080 Ti or 3080 graphics card. So, like, it's a sizable upgrade, but what about it are you unsure about? Is it spending so much money on a graphics card? Is it, like, are the specs not huffing it for what you spent on it? I'm just curious. I would love to be able to afford a new graphics card, because Oblivion Remastered does make the computer chug it a little bit. Just a little. It's 30% above the 3080 Ti? Yeah. So it's like... It's definitely a noticeable upgrade. I think it's just a rock. Sure is. Maybe it's because of the price? What did you end up spending on it? Because I know in the US it's like it's like $9.99. You know, and that was prior to, you know, orange-colored tariffs hitting the market. Okay, now let's keep moving. The Royal Ancient Lab Ruins. Cool. I think I'm gonna avoid those like the plague, however. At least for now. You'll make sure that you'll stay with the card for at least 5 years. Yeah, that... Oh, no. No. You saw nothing on the horizon, good sir. Go back to doing your thing, Mr. Mob Boss. We definitely want a few of these. And I should probably make some cold food at some point. It's 6,000 reais? It almost looks like I should be saying 6,000 reals, but I know that's not correct. Not correct. Blech. 6,000 race? R-E-A-I-S. Race? Raised, maybe? I'll look that up over the commercial break, so I'm not butchering it like 50,000 times. That's a lot of money.
That definitely feels like it's putting the 999, US dollars plus tax. I feel like that is definitely putting that, giving it a good run for its money, let's say. And I would probably argue that that's even true if you even account for Nvidia's like recent factory investment in the US. No, I don't even have the way to have you learn to say that without VC. That's fair. That's fair. So let me not say that until I, look it up. How's that sound? That way you don't have to live with the horror that is, me learning how to pronounce various currencies by name. Because, if it isn't something like the Russian ruble, which I'm fairly familiar with, or, the Turkish lira, if it isn't like I don't want to do that. Okay. Bad call, Coin. Very bad call. I mean, at least they're dead, though. I do something like that again and I'm dead. No problem. You do this with English as well. Fair enough. I appreciate your forgiveness and your latitude on this matter. I certainly, I don't intend to mispronounce things, and as a man who mainly only has his letters to work with, aka words and stuff, I pride myself pretty well on being able to pronounce things clearly. I pride myself on my mastery and good use of especially written English. Spoken English, that could be a bit touch and go. My mouth can stick together. My brain is processing words way faster than I can speak them, which inevitably causes me to mispronounce some things. Like, it happens a lot. Okay, what's being put in the offering bowl? An apple? That's pretty easy to do. Let's just hold that, and we're going to put that right there. Link. Do I have to use Ultra Hand to put the thing in the thing? Don't tell me I don't have to do that. Good. All right, let's mark that one off. Yeah, I don't sweat it when people, mess things up in English. Because the language is hard. English is hard. It's not even because the words are... I mean, the words are probably hard to say. Like, there's definitely something to be said for trying to speak in a non-native language. But in English, you'll have a word spelled the same for 3 different completely unrelated contexts. So, like, let me see if I can come up with an example here. If I were to say the sentence, I read about the book that contained the red reeds. If I wrote it out, you'd be able to pick it out. But just hearing me say that, which version of read did I use? Am I talking about read? Like read a book? Or read plants? And at which point in that sentence did I switch from talking about reading a book to talking about plants? Talking about the reeds that are near a lake or something. Like, if you don't have it written out, hearing someone say a sentence like that, it can be fairly confusing. Some words that are more uncommon to use, you sometimes forget to get the pronunciation for in English. Fair. Probably including the word pronunciation. To pronounce something,
you have the O. If you want to say pronunciate, you have to drop the second O in order to spell that. Like, spelling's kind of also a thing that trips people up a lot in English. Trips me up. And I am a native English speaker. And I am someone who, outside of like a couple of stumbles and pitfalls earlier on, I usually pass my English courses pretty well. It turns out that knowing how to write lab papers also prepares you pretty well for writing literary analysis essays. It won't prepare you for the literary analysis part of writing the paper, but it does at least prepare you for writing a paper. And not falling into common pitfalls that a lot of people tend to use when writing papers that are supposed to be not personal, when you don't use the words I or me or we, like when you don't write about people. That you would be amazed at the number of people on college campuses that still don't know to do that, that still don't know to drop the first person pronouns. I read it all the time in lab papers. It's absolutely wild. Michael DS says they're on the last week of the English course. Nice, nice. You have 2 tests this week. Oof. Wow, that is a wild workload. Do you feel prepared for the tests? Or do you feel like you need to study some more? Honestly, I think the best answer is there's always room to study more, but really? Just a random old rock with a fairy light on it. Okay, I guess. Okay, game. I believe we're ready to we're ready to mark some new Koroks. You think so? You don't have much time to study more? Fair enough. Sir, I wish you good luck with your English tests. I hope, of course, you don't need that luck. Like, I sincerely hope you don't need it, but good luck anyway. Do I know about the TOEIC exam? I do not. I would love to learn more, however. Even though I'm not a college student anymore, or I'm not a kid in primary school anymore, you know, that's primary school is, below, I guess, no, secondary school, high school, secondary school in English. Even though I'm not in school anymore, I'm gonna mark this. Academia always interests me a lot. It's that kind of proficiency test in English. What the heck is that? Is that I feel like that's a way into the underworld with that spot of gloom there. All right, so if I were to look, okay, right about here. I'm willing to bet that's going to be... Yeah, okay, so I'm starting to recognize this. There is... Let me take that pin off for a second. See this little kind of like T-bone shape? Kind of hard to describe in any other way. It's like this really tiny thing. Yeah, that's supposed to be a tent. So whenever I see these nice T-bone shapes, I know that that's going to be a Korok friend. I'm starting to pick up on some subtleties. I do like that something so small is depicted so well on the topographical map. I can appreciate that. The final exams. 200 questions in 2 hours, bro. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That is a wild test. US proficiency exams aren't even that long. At most we have like something to the tune of 80 to 120 questions. And depending on how institutionalized the exams are, sometimes they're not even all multiple choice. Most of them are. A lot of public schools are institutionalized, and so there are multiple choice tests. That's what make up a lot of those sorts of proficiency tests. But you know, with the degradation of the Department of Education and it being like reined in under the Trump administration, we might actually see a lot fewer multiple choice tests going forward, which, you know, say what you want about the administration. I don't like the administration. You know, I don't want to be here in the United States anymore. I really don't. They're working really hard to make this land not tolerable for, you know, people that don't fit a certain demographic mold. But fewer multiple choice tests is a good thing. Thank you, SiriBot, for banning that spam. Much appreciated. Again, good luck to you, sir, good sir. 200 questions in 2 hours is a lot. Because you've got the reading, the writing, and the analysis sections on tests. I do remember the basics of how proficiency test works. Although your version may be different. I know for us here in the US, the proficiency tests include like reading comprehension too. It's not just words. It's not just you know, syntax and how grammar works. It's, can you read a paragraph, a page? Can you tell me what's on it? Can you answer questions about it? Can you figure out what context is irrelevant in the page? Like, what's an irrelevant sentence? I love those sorts of tests, but they can be very taxing on mental health. Do I want to go to another country? Yeah. I've already picked one out too. My intention is to try to make a move for Australia. It's pretty LGBT friendly. It's also fairly autist friendly. You just have to, you know, like most countries, you have to prove that if you're gonna work there, you're gonna be there. And especially as an autist, you know, someone who lives with autism, someone born autistic, you know, a lot of countries think us possessed. They think of us as these less than or more than human entities. The best way I could like describe what it's like to explain autism to random people on the web is like the X-Men. The X-Men are mutants, right? They have superpowers. Now, autists don't have those kinds of superpowers. We can't, you know, make glass melt by emitting heat from our eyes. We can't read people's minds. You know, we can't skate on ice or conjure weather. We can't do that. We can't shapeshift. We can't teleport around or have super speed. We can't have any of those. That would be cool. I would love to have one of those, because I would be able to, you know, do what I need to do to survive. But no. Usually the superpower for autists is empathy. We are more emotionally sensitive to facial expression. It's not every autist. There are some that are on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm actually one of those. But even I can read a room better than some of my neurotypical peers, and that is saying something. And without going into the weeds or continuing to talk about this, the US is at work on making an app that will track everybody. You might have seen the wristwatch that's being peddled by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You may, if you're not here in the US, you obviously may not have seen that. That's totally fine. But they're smartwatches. They want us to wear them so that they can, you know, assist us with our health needs so that we can sleep at an appropriate time. Do you know what that sounds like? It sounds like the Star of David. Hitler made the Jews in Germany wear a Star of David so that they knew who the Jews were. The difference is there's no like in or out group that has been designated for these watches, but it's to collect data on everyone. I don't want to be here when that goes down. Now, of course, am I going to get out? Not very likely, but Australia is nice. It's got interesting creatures, both exotic and deadly. It has interesting biomes. The people there are generally very friendly. And the government actually, you know, does its damn job, among other things, and is very LGBT friendly. It's like a huge reason why I want to go. Also, collect data? Yes. So let me first read your previous sentence, and then I'll answer your question. Because you like birds, and there's paradise for bird lovers and for other reasons as well. Yeah, Australia has a lot of amazing birds, and they have pretty well-maintained menageries, zoos. Menagerie is like the fancy word for a zoo, a collection of things. It usually means a zoo when it's used in context of cities. So collect data. Collect data is things like, oh, blood type, which granted, the medical system here in the US already collects that type of data for the purposes of, you know, diagnosing your, diagnosing diseases and disorders and so on. Or for the purposes of blood transfusion. You got to collect data like that. But the kind of data I'm talking about is the type of thing that even though the government has ready access to it, it can't just go and collect it without a purpose, without a warrant, without a reason. So who is and isn't an autist is the type of data that is collectible by the government, but they need to show the appropriate paperwork to do that. Having that collected and collated in one app rather than in 5 different digital locations. So like, oh, this agency has some of the data. This other agency has some other bit of that same data. 2 more agencies have an even smaller amount of the data. The personal details about you is what I mean with the word data. An app that's tied to a smartwatch, probably, that people have to wear or that are heavily encouraged to wear them, means instead of having that data split out between agencies that the administration has to carefully take the time to collect, it's now in one place. It's kind of like if there were a digital library on every person who ever lived, who is currently living in your country. The types of things you could do with that data are scary. Michael Diaz says, I got it. You're talking about data in general, but you care more about health data? Yes. So, for example, demographic data of races is a fairly common thing that countries collect. The US does collect that data, you know, who's an African American, who's Hispanic, who's a Native American, who's white, who's European, who is of European descent, so on. And there are people that put their data willingly into third-party companies for the purposes of tracing ancestry as well. So it's got access to that data on a general level. As someone who was planning on studying bioterrorism, and specifically for the purposes of countering it, I was planning to make a World Health Organization to rival that of the WHO. That was my ultimate goal in life prior to, say, 2 years ago. Let me tell you what I can do with that data. I can, if I wanted to, figure out a common enzyme that African American people have that other people don't have. Like just looking at the genetics. Now, of course, that's not easy because humans produce thousands and thousands and thousands of different genetic byproducts, proteins, enzymes, messenger RNA, and so on. But if you can find a common thread between various groups of genes and their genetic byproducts, you can make a genetic bioweapon that is specifically designed to infect people who make a specific enzyme or have a specific receptor in their body. An example of not this, but the way that this would kind of work is spicy food. A lot of people have a reaction to spicy food, right? Their tongue, their cells have a specific vanilloid subreceptor that when the cell encounters the capsaicin and it's put into that receptor, it like chemically conforms to this receptor. It has a reaction, right? You know, the cell kind of speeds up, but it also starts shaking a bit. It also transmits a signal to your nerves that, oh, it's hot, because that's what capsaicin does. It's hot. Your nerves, you know, begin to like speed up, but also get super warm. It's why it burns when you eat spicy food. It's why that feeling sits there for a while. It's in your receptors. There are people that don't have this. It's vanilloid subreceptor 2. If I wanted to, I could make a variant of a chemical based on the specific subreceptor that targets this subreceptor in specific and does something. Whether that be, oh, I am going to temporarily shut down your cell's mitochondria. Like it starts a cascade whose ultimate goal is to temporarily shut down the mitochondria in your cells. And the mitochondria in your cells are responsible for creating energy. It takes electrons from oxygen and it uses that to fuel reactions inside the cell. Imagine if a government or an entity could put it in some serum or an aerosol or some other transmission vector and people got exposed to the aerosol or whatever they're going to use as a bioweapon. It doesn't have to get that exact, of course. If you're familiar or know about sarin gas or mustard gas, those are examples of bioweapons that don't care about genetics. But the type of thing that such wide data collection enables is the use of these specifically targeted bioweapons. If you have this genetic, if you have this set of genetics, you will be affected, whereas other people that don't have those selected genetics are not affected. It's really freaking scary. And it's the type of thing I would expect the current U.S. administration to do once we've stopped hitting I call it the concentration camp stage, because right now there is a old rundown airport that they've turned into a processing center. It's in Florida. They've called it Alligator Alcatraz. That's the name it's been given. That's not its actual name, but that is the nickname it's been given, is Alligator Alcatraz. And what's to say that once you've put people in that place, you don't give them a little dose of that bioweapon I just mentioned? You give them a dose of something foul, make them sick, then, give them something else, use them as, living experiments, which is something that, Hitler did in World War II with aspirin. They tested it on the Jewish people that were put in concentration camps. They used it as a way to enhance their pain tolerance. It's really wild stuff. I really shouldn't be talking about this, but here we are. It's a hard thing to run away from, Michael Diaz says. Yeah, it is. I'll definitely say it is. All governments are moving toward this. I am very anti-government as of lately. And it can definitely be used in many ways. Hey there, King Schworm. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully don't know yet. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And Michael DS says, I don't know how I understood all that, but you got it. Long story short, without getting too mixed up in the weeds, as someone who studied biology, even though I'm not as studied as a doctor, right? Obviously go talk to an actual pharmaceutical pharmacist or, a researcher at the CDC or something. Go listen to them. But what I know I said sounds crazy, like conspiracy theory levels of crazy, but it is doable. It's the kind of thing you could do in 4 years. Like you can do in 4 years' time if you have even halfway decent scientific protocols, which the US does have pretty good procedures on how to do science, unfortunately. Good to see you, King Schworm. What's the level of experience or familiarity you have with Tears of the Kingdom, if and you don't mind my asking? This is, in fact, my first playthrough. I did come from playing Breath of the Wild, so we just beat that game about a month or two ago with 99% completion. So I know how to play this game, but there's so many things we have yet to see. We have not even done the first out of 4 phenomena yet. But thank you for asking. Michael Diaz says, you're the kind of person that doesn't worry much about that, but you agree that it's completely possible to be done. That's fair. Look, at the end of the day, I'm just a citizen, right? I don't have the power to stop these possible scenarios, and I could even be wrong. In fact, I hope to God I am wrong. I don't want to be right. I've told my dad this many times. The types of things that I say make me look like I'm, King Looney on Mount Looney Bin. I want to be wrong. But the pattern that has been demonstrated by the current sitting U.S. administration is not the pattern that, says I'm wrong. It's a pattern that says I'm right, but I don't know how much. That's why I don't worry about that. We can't do anything. Completely fair. King Schworm says I have about 250 hours on Tears of the Kingdom and 560 in Breath of the Wild. Ah, so you have probably beaten the games many times. I'm sorry you walked in on this conversation, King Schworm. I really am. I don't talk about this type of thing often. I really try not to. But, you know, I did mention that I was looking to leave the US, and so it was only natural that my mind started chugging, and it started taking that question a bit, perhaps too far. It's a little bit sad. Don't be. It was during COVID, so you had nothing else to do. Hey, that's not a problem. You know, COVID locked us all indoors. There were many more new content creators or entertainers in general that arose during COVID. I think COVID's not a good thing to have had happen, but new people entering the space is a good thing. And new people finding interests is a good thing. I can be happy about that. We've had this person, you know, sit there in horror for 20 minutes. Let's get the inevitable Giga Clan fight over with, shall we? There's one thing I want, no matter what. The hero's life. I don't think so. Oh, that is not good. All right, fine. You want to play this the hard way, Mr. Giga Clan? Feel free.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I am so sorry. We talked so long that we bumped into the next commercial break. I am so sorry about that. But that is the cue for that is the warning for the commercial break that'll be happening at the top of the next hour. We do take those around here. They're about 3 minutes long. There's a timer on the screen. When that timer is over and it disappears, I'm back at my desk, and we pick up on the gaming again, just like before. We pick up where we left off. I mention this mostly so that people aren't surprised when it happens. And, you know, the timer is also there to indicate about how long the ads are going to last on Twitch. I play ads for the purposes of mitigating pre-roll. Because Twitch playing ads whenever it wants really sucks. Oh, good. I just blanked on what I was going to say. Michael Diaz says, one thing that you could be sure about, a thing that one government does that all the others can do. The right word is not can do, but maybe willing to do. Yeah, willing, if they're like, they could do it, but it's a matter of willpower. Yeah, willing might be a better word. King Schworm says that they're doing their GCSE art piece right now while watching. That is awesome. That is fantastic. What kind of are you an art major then, if and you don't mind my asking? Okay, what do we do with this though? Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to put bananas here. Okay, let me swap these. Now, I don't need to attach them. Thank you, but no. Because I'm pretty sure this is it right here. Oh, I hope I don't have to attach these. King Schworm says, yeah, I'd say I'm quite good at it. It's based on surrealism. Ooh, that Nice piece. What's the piece about, if and you don't mind my asking? Okay, what is the deal with this? I need to figure out what my deal with this particular puzzle is. Yeah, but there are no offering plates nearby. That's what's missing here. Where are the offering plates? We were talking about Australia and the topic became that. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I went into a really deep rabbit hole on that. These Barca Yiga's hideout makes sense. Those little statues? Yeah, I got you on that. It's just figuring out where the offering plates are. Well, hey, welcome on in, Tyler the Chomper. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, there's probably something with offering plates nearby. I've got less than 60 seconds before a commercial break comes in, so I'll be found the offering plates. I will definitely be a little bit more chatty in just a moment, but yeah, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And while the commercial break is probably going to be going on momentarily, I would love to know about your level of familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom, Tyler the Chomper, if you don't mind my asking. If you also want to lurk, that's totally cool too. Like, lurkers are more than welcome in my chat. They're the backbone of any stream. That means yes. What emote are we looking at here? Comfy. Understood. But I will see you guys in just a moment. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. So all my ad breaks are structured. So, you know, I structure them so that, you know, there is pre-roll protection. You guys don't have to worry about, you know, oh, this streamer scheduled an ad 30 minutes in, and I don't know when the ad's gonna strike. So if I see one, I'm just gonna book it. The structure is there so that, you know, we can all kind of take a break together. I don't like inducing FOMO in my audience. That's like it's a bit of a scummy tactic. I do get it. I do get why it's like that. It's to encourage people to buy the subscriptions. I'm not a person that needs people to do that. Nor do I want people to do that. I think that's ridiculous. Let me come back over and catch up on chat here. It means this, Flarbo Comfy. That is a nice emote, I might add. That looks like an Umbreon? It's animated too. It's really nice. Man, I might have to check out the stream just based on that person's stream based on the emotes alone. That looks awesome. Let me whip out these 3 bananas. And I'll use the Ultra Hand to stick these onto the offering plates. 1, 2, 3. Like that. Go ahead and mark these. So, getting back to what I was talking about earlier, let me also double check YouTube before I forget. You've got to go by? No problem, King Schworm. Thank you so much for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Sorry about the conversation again, but good luck with your art piece. I hope that it performs well. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm sorry about the Australia topic. Like, my sanity has been fraying at the edges for a while now, pretty much ever since the administration changed hands here in the US. I truly do believe we're in the period of US government known as state failure. Democracies experience this. It's a condition where the government does not or cannot perform the services that are expected of it. Such as providing housing, healthcare, all that stuff. And the reason I say this, right, is the US has been dealing with a measles outbreak. And our country's response has basically been, oh, we'll look into it, or, you know, people with healthy immune systems will be fine. That's not what you do with measles, by the way. But that's what Kennedy seems to think we should be doing with the measles. And so people are getting sick. People are getting sick in, like, record numbers from the measles outbreak. At first it was 2, and then it became 5, and then it became 10, and I believe now it's up to like 70. It's not growing at a particularly fast rate or anything, but it is growing nonetheless. I do not like that. This is the kind of thing we refer to as enshittification. Sorry for the French, by the way, for the cursing. Really, truly, I do mean that. But the concept of enshittification refers to a service actively making its features worse. I'm going to take a picture of that right there. In order to encourage people, or maybe perhaps financially force people to buy a subscription or some sort of enhanced like package that will give them the features they had back for free. And shitification is usually the type of thing I would reserve for like mobile or live service games like MMOs, or things like Spotify, or you know, even X has undergone. I say even X like it hadn't already been there. Things like X have like the... I cannot find this Korok for the life of me. It's probably around here somewhere. I'm trying to find one of the ones that belongs in up here. It might be at the top of this hill even. You don't normally think of enshittification as something that happens with, like, public health, right? The government cares enough about its population to at least not say, oh, let people tough it out. Government, stop doing that. Or making it so that visas become more complicated, harder, and more expensive to obtain. Things like that. Or demanding that people submit to purity tests. If you don't meet a certain quota or a certain I'm sorry, what? Is this like a low-tech item or what? It might actually be... Let's see. No, this is just a simple little board. There's nothing else here, I think. Just these? Yeah, you're meant to go skateboarding, I suppose. Man, post-concert blues suck. Hey there, Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well. Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on a less than stellar conversation. Which I'm gonna do my best to kind of truncate. No. Oh my god. I just gave that Korok lifelong trauma. That's really bad. I wonder if a steering wheel and the battery would let you steer that particular little thing. But yeah, I was talking about my reasoning for, you know, leaving the US, and, well, my reasons are unfortunately not because I want to. As a US citizen, I love my country. But I love what it represented, of the potential that it had. I don't love what it's become. It is hostile to people like me. That's the basic gist of why I want to maybe go to Australia, without getting knee-deep in the weeds or repeating this line of conversation all over again. But the post-concert blues, I trust the concert was good. You had a good time at that. But why post-concert blues? I'm sorry you're experiencing those, Shiny. I hope I can maybe, outside of this conversation, say something to make you feel a little bit better. Maybe hearing, you know, giggling Koroks might at least induce a little bit of purposeful, selective memory, let's say. Okay, the next one, the next Korok seed is right here, and then we can kindly go somewhere else. Because I'm not exactly having the most amount of fun, you know, traipsing up hillsides, but this is what collecting Korok seeds looks like. You don't always get to have fun. Sometimes you are just going into areas Definitely for the express purpose of getting something and getting out. All right, boys. How would you like a little bit of a puffball to get things started, hmm? That's puffball number 1. Puffball number 2. Puffball number 3, because that one spotted me. And puffball number 4. That is hilarious. Excellent stuff. Shiny says, it was amazing for sure, but as you have to come back to the harsh gray reality of regular life, you can't help it but feel empty inside. Yes, the classic running away from real life through escape and enjoyment, and then you realize you went somewhere to escape problems, and now you return back to them. I'm sorry you're experiencing those sorts of blues for what it's worth. That's not fun. It's also kind of why I think escapism is like a band-aid. You do it because it helps with mental health, but escapism is not for solving problems. If people wanted to solve problems, they would not, in fact, escape from whatever problems are bothering them. They would instead actively go out and try to solve their problem. In my case, I have a bunch of problems that I cannot readily solve. Is it a rock? Is it this rock? It is not this rock, which probably means it's a hanging acorn or an ascend puzzle. Let's see if that's the case. No, that's not really it either. All right, where are we dealing with exactly? It is a rock. And it was in that area. Man, I'm really sorry that you're dealing with those blues. I picked up this rock. What gives? Is it a different rock? Is it inside rather than outside? It might be. You know what it might be? Let's take a quick trip in there and see if that's what's actually happening. Well, I hope that regular life will at least let you settle into some sort of, oh, well, the problems are there, but hopefully I'm now mentally refreshed and can tackle them again. I mean it more like wishing that the trip lasted longer. Okay. So being like it's a wistful longing. Okay, that makes sense. And yeah, the fact that you wish you could do it more often than just every once in a while. Yeah, I totally get that. Well, hey, is that the kind of trip that you can make regularly? Maybe not to that specific concert, right? But to like other similar concerts? Okay, is this one of those I need to go... No, wrong one. I'm gonna try and regretfully, or perhaps expectingly, failing to blow that up. It's not this. I think we just have to enter from the bottom now, which is fine. This place used to be full of ancient guardians. Now look at how empty it all is. I mean, now it's filled with bokoblins, but it's nice to be able to see this, you know, without all the guardians cluttering stuff up. I think that's a rather neat... It's rather neat that you could go through the same places again and get a different experience. Because Sheikah technology is not there. Oh, I guess that reminds me, and to, you know, get things going on a more positive note, and, you know, not talking about being a fearful U.S. citizen, right now, I'm gonna go to a nightclub, the site contains a nightclub. It's not only a nightclub, but I'm gonna be going there this Tuesday. I'm gonna be paying for an annual access pass to go there whenever I want, which is gonna be nice. I'm gonna try to see some more people this year and not just have my same group of friends and the same family members and the same organization that I talk to every month. I'm gonna try to meet people. For those who don't know about me, I'm an extrovert. I love talking to people. As someone who's an autist, I know that kind of seems strange. Most autists are introverts. I'm a rare breed. I'm not one of those. I like actually seeking people out to talk to them. That's hard to do if your routine consists of waking up, making videos making thumbnails in the morning, making stream assets in the morning, having breakfast or lunch or brunch, streaming, making the next day's thumbnail, maybe perhaps working on a YouTube project or something, the occasional house sitting gig, and that's my life. That's what it is now. Going outside and touching grass is something I sorely need to do. And meeting people that are a bit more like myself is, I hope, gonna be a good thing for my mental health. We'll see. We'll see. Shiny says, once you get a job, you will definitely participate in more concerts with your friend. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. I hope you get some good employment, friend. You definitely don't plan to end on just one concert. Yeah, you can find a lot of amazing people at concerts. Music is a universal culture. You know, specific music gets into like regional and sub-regional or local culture, but what's building blocks? Okay, so we're gonna be putting something together, but yeah, going out and actually, you know, hanging out with people, with human beings, is something that every human should do. It's good for our mental health. We're a social species. We're supposed to do that. Okay, so they'll just snap together. Good, good. And it kind of sucks. Like, COVID, you know, even though I just talked about the fact that COVID spawned so many amazing content creators who kind of had nothing else to do, and I enjoy that. For people like me, who thrive on talking to other people, I actually get charged from talking to people. My sibling's the exact opposite. Hello, Mr. Construct. Let's not do that. Captain Construct 1. Okay, let's definitely make sure we get a picture of that. Let me not do that. What do we have here? A rusty broadsword. Oh, I guess we should take a picture of that. Oh, they put a flame emitter on a broadsword. Okay, that's certainly interesting. And select all and unselect these 3 things. There we go. Shiny says, meeting new people you share passions with is definitely something you enjoy, despite being a bit terrified of it. You're an extrovert with a bit of social anxiety. Yikes, that is definitely not the best combo. I can get anxious myself. It's not that common. It kind of depends on the people, if I'm being honest with you. If people are being jerks, I get very apprehensive. You know, I tend to leave when people are being jerks. But if people are being nice and polite, or, you know, they're at least talking about something and they're not immediately getting up in arms or, you know, spewing violent words, I'll stick around. Another thing is I dislike echo chambers. I hate echo chambers with a passion. So I sometimes even actively go out and seek out people who are of different political alignment than myself, specifically so that I can hear their reasoning on things. Granted, that's anti-therapy and not particularly good for mental health, but it is important that I do that stuff so that I'm not just exposed only to things I want to hear, which is what social media is very good at. It wants to expose people only to things they want to hear, and that's sort of what has driven the geopolitical climb in like the last 20 years. It's what all the nations have been pushing toward, is everyone all kind of thinking and doing the same things and believing the same thing. There's no difference in perspective or opinion. There's no like resolution of conflict either, which I think kind of stinks. Now the place I'm going to is a nightclub. You know, I'm going to the section of it that is a bar. Going back to, you know, where I'm going for this upcoming Tuesday is a part of Touching Grass. There's going to be alcohol. There's going to be drinking. I myself am not going to be drinking. I cannot handle alcohol. For anyone who doesn't know, I am... Why are the barrels here then? What's the point of these? Are they just supposed to be used as shields for the flame emitter? That's really weird, but whatever. Let me see, what do they want us to build here? Looks like they want us to build the 3x3 cube. Sure. Yeah, there's gonna be drinking. I'm not gonna drink because I'm a lightweight. A thimbleful or a couple of thimblefuls of alcohol, and I already want to take a nap. I can't drink. I did not want to do that. Just set it in there like that. I bet there's like a tolerance for I bet there's a snapping tolerance for this. Okay, so what do we have? We have a shape that looks like this. Maybe we want... Oh no! That's not gonna work. Okay, I need to figure out a new way to snap these pieces on. Maybe I've got the wrong piece going in the wrong place. Yeah, you know what? I bet that's exactly what it is. I bet it wants to... No, that's not right either. There is a chest in the corner of this room. Oh, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I should definitely go deal with that first. It's probably right up there. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And what I can do to kind of do this a cool way is I can attach these such a way, bring them up like so, and then just ascend through the top. Yeah, alcohol puts me to sleep. Too much coffee actually also puts me to sleep. It's an effect of the tism. My metabolism does not tolerate caffeine or alcohol very well. I'm quite the lightweight. A 12-ounce can of Red's Apple Ale, or like the Wicked Ale, puts me to sleep for sure. Okay, it's definitely like I can stand it up straight and put it here, right? Yes. Okay. So now what's the deal with this? Let me do this, and I think I might have a better picture on how these pieces will fit. Also, can we talk about how amazing this puzzle is? I do, in fact, like this puzzle a lot. I loved playing with, like, puzzle blocks as a kid. So, stuff like this really gets my attention. Okay, well, we have a problem, though. And that problem is I'm trying to get these blocks to, like, face right. I can tell that this block is a corner, and so it goes there. Maybe... No, that's not what it is. Maybe the issue is I'm not doing it this way. I feel like I'm so close to figuring it out. I just gotta figure out how I need to turn this over or around. Okay, this is the most complicated piece, so let me just take all this off and figure out how this piece is supposed to fit. Once I do that, I should be able to get in the rest. Okay, so this piece has to go here, which means... Unless my orientation of it may be wrong. Let's try it like that. Maybe I need to orient it around the other side. Oh, this is more finicky than I remember it being. I used to love playing with puzzle blocks like this as a kid. I was a huge Legos enjoyer as well. You know, again, small child. I never owned Legos as a kid or anything, but I used to go to youth centers all the time, and I would play with Legos a lot before I migrated to, like, gaming and computers. First console I ever had was, like, at 6 or 8. Pretty sure it was a Sega Genesis, and I believe I remember being 6 when I first owned one. I quite enjoyed it. I wonder if... What if I'm thinking about this wrong and I don't want the L shape here? What if I want to do something like this? Yeah, okay. What if Instead of slotting things in like that. Oh, but you kind of need something already there, huh? I feel like I'm so close yet so far. Okay, how else does this fit? This piece definitely goes here. I might not be thinking about this in quite the right way. Let me go and make sure I'm not missing chat here. And thank you so much for the follow half an hour ago. Much appreciated. You can usually take a lot of alcohol, Shiny says, and it definitely helps with anxiety. The one problem is you tend to hug people a lot when you're drunk. Ah, the touchy drunk, the giggly drunk. That's fine. I mean, touching people is a problem, of course, but I mean, there are worse things. Unfortunately, my family has two kinds of drunk people. The giggly kind, my dad's this type. Versus the really super mean drunk. Like the super mean drunk. I think I've got it. I think I got it. Yeah. That only took me entirely too long. Super mean drunk. One of my aunts is like this. She's nice when she's not drinking. You put a bit of liquor in her, and it's like her filter is just off. Like she has no filter. She's just gonna say what she thinks, and if that means calling you a foul name, then she'll do it. I hate that. And here in the U.S. South, you know, drinking like that, and people that are, as I put it, two-faced while they drink, is so prolific that I don't want to be surrounded by with that. I don't. I'll go somewhere else if I know there's heavy drinking. Ironic that I'm going to a nightclub then, right, where there's gonna be drinking. But, you know, I'm going to a space where the only thing I can control is myself. And if I don't like what I see, I could flee, right? You know, I could call the person who's going to take me there and be like, hey, come pick me back up, please. This isn't what I thought it was going to be. And so on. Yeah, I can't even do anything. Being the huggy drunk is one of the least problematic things there is. I could think of much worse. At least you aren't someone who sounds or says they get punchy when they drink. That's a good thing. I just get sleepy. I'm like I'm like the Noah from like the Bible kind of drunk. Out like a light. So since I can't enjoy alcohol anyway without going to sleep, I just learned to live life without it. Makes me feel a bit stiff compared to other people, but it's fine. Personality should not be predicated on whether or not you had a good drink. Oh, Link, thank you again for your help with the balloon. I believe there's something related to geoglyphs somewhere within this temple. I'm searching, but so far it has been in vain. The chambers here are enormous, so it would be a difficult task at best. Where could it be? I did not intend to do this right now, but a Korok seed is here in like this part of the map. Probably right over here near where this tree is, if I had to guess. So we might as well collect that and then go and yeah, we might as well collect that and then Link, get up there, good sir, thank you. And then we can get back to collecting things in Tabantha, because that is the region we're in right now. Okay, Link, get down. This is the best power ever. I love Ascend so much. Who knows? Maybe the nightclub will turn me into an ambivert or an introvert even. Maybe I'll get disgusted. I have no idea. But I don't know until I try. And at least seeing a person, any person, anywhere, is better than seeing no one. I've basically been a bit of a homebody for the past 2 years. It's a long time to go. Like, I have my friend group, so I guess I'm not, like, the staunchest of homebodies, you know? I do get out. But if I'm going to the same places when I go out all the time, you know, it starts to not count anymore. It starts to feel the same. And it leads to, you know, cycles of depression, which I fear I may have developed from being unable to go out places and so on. I want to at least give an attempt at fixing that, you know? And that's not to say I want anyone's pity. I don't. I'm perfectly fine without that. Now, I know we're in the room with the geoglyphs, but I get the feeling I need to probably go back here first. Yeah, look at this. This looks like, it looks like the Temple of Time, or like the cathedral room in Wind Waker, where you have the stained glass everywhere. Shiny says some people say that the words of the drunk are thoughts of the sober. Yeah, I do buy into that. Because then people are being their real selves. You know, they're less inhibited. They say what they think. In your case, Shiny says, the alcohol definitely helps me show the extroverted side of yourself. That's good. That's good. I like that. I wish it did that for me. So this is where we can view all of the geoglyphs we've collected dragon tears from. Okay. This place. Lady Impa, let's head down. We must investigate up close. There, upon the walls. Are those not geoglyphs? What could this mean? I believe the first one we saw was the geoglyph on the left edge of the wall. As for the next painting, according to the floor map, it's near Rito Village. Oh my god. Chat, senators, inductees, they did the Dark Souls 2 thing. I'll explain in a second, but let's read the rest of this. It seems the locations of the other geoglyphs from the wall are marked on the floor map as well. Yeah. I can hardly believe what my eyes behold. Who could have guessed this old ruin still held such secrets? It is said that the geoglyphs appeared all over Hyrule during the upheaval when Princess Zelda went missing. How are they connected to these images here? There is no time to dawdle. Let us hurry and investigate the remaining geoglyphs. Oh, Lady Impa, perhaps you should rest a bit before such a trying journey? Link, if you happen to see a geoglyph during your travels, I urge you to investigate this matter as well. If more strange visions are waiting at the other geoglyphs, just like the one you've already experienced, well, perhaps they will provide clues that could lead us to Princess Zelda. Inside the Forgotten Temple is a map of Hyrule and 11 murals related to the geoglyphs. It would seem that these geoglyphs appeared in various places after the upheaval when Princess Zelda went missing. You have 10 geoglyphs left to investigate. Okay, so let me first double check chat here. Yeah. I'll go back to what you were saying about the words of the drunk being the thoughts of the sober, the things that, you know, people are too considerate, quote unquote, or perhaps too shifty to say out loud. I do believe in that. Alcohol does loosen lips. It's why a lot of people bond over drinks. Because there are people who are loose-lipped. And now, you know, given the rise of, you know, the loneliness epidemics that are in the US, where people have kind of given up on dating, the thing that I hear men say a lot is, you know, they only talk to girls when they're drunk. That's a horrid thing to have leave someone's mouth, but considering we have the height of consent, the body count of consent, we have the income of consent, you know, or you have, you know, the men saying, oh, well, women are hypergamous or whatever. Like, you've got the gender war stuff going on. The fact that you're seeing that you do see an uptick in these things is concerning. It's troubling, but it does make sense given the environment, and, you know, people are just generally less judgmental. Men or no, I should say less judgmental. There are people who are more judgy when they drink, but people are less inhibited when they drink. And people are now starting to use alcohol as a litmus test for who they will and won't talk to, because if you say these things when you're drunk, you're thinking them when they're sober. You're thinking them when you're sober. I am scared of that. Because I'm not, you know, people can't hear my thoughts when I'm drunk because I'm asleep. So people definitely ain't talking to me. Sad face. The wall shows the exact order of memories, Shiny then says, which is definitely an upgrade to Breath of the Wild, I'll say. Let me find the first one. Yeah, so we found this. It's here. And this one, where can I find it? Yeah. So this is Hyrule Castle. This is about where Tabantha is. This is probably about where Hebra is. There are at least a couple that we can find. That's cool. I am going to try to follow these in an intended order. I do have the map will number which dragon tier is which. So if I know I'm going to bump into something out of order, I'll maybe purposely avoid looking at it. But that's mostly so we can experience... I didn't do this with the memories in Breath of the Wild. Quite frankly, because I just didn't know about where all of them were. And it kind of didn't matter what the order is. Here, the order seems to be a lot more important. The way we do... what order we do things seems to matter a lot more. It's an open world game, but you know about where the paths want to take you. So you should just go that way. It's the path of least resistance. Alright, what do you two have to say? Anything useful? The images here do seem to be a reflection of the geoglyphs. There may even be dragon's tears present at the other geoglyphs, just like the one you've already found. If you intend to investigate the geoglyphs, courageous one, perhaps you should somehow make a copy of the map. Good idea, Impa. I like when the characters in the game give you ideas. There doesn't seem to be any danger at the moment. I wonder, what is this place? There are so many images here that resemble the giant pictures now found on the surface of Hyrule. Could it be that this place is somehow connected to the ones who left these pictures behind? Maybe, yeah. Let's head up here. So we can then take a picture of this. Oh, there's also like a little inscription. There's like a little tablet over there. I should go look at that too. Hey there, Sizzling Seal. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your slice of terra firma, and how are the streams going? Have you been, how's Satisfactory been going for you? I know the last time you mentioned something, I know that, you were grinding things up and hitting some marks, you know, off camera, off stream, but I hope that's going well. Rough night, but you're okay? I'm sorry I'm sorry that you've had a rough night. Do you want to talk about it? Or are you just looking to lurk and veg out? That's totally okay too, by the way. I don't want you to feel compelled to share things. But what I don't know is some people feel better about when they vent or talk about things. Some people feel better when they've had a chance to work through it on their own. Nah, just here to chill. Very well, good sir. You've come in at a good time too, then. We were just discussing these geoglyphs, and Shiny and I were talking about alcohol and what it does to us. Because I am a sleepy drunk. To like truncate or like condense the conversation, I'm a sleepy drunk. I'm going to be going to a nightclub this Tuesday and just to see people, touch grass, because it's good for my mental health to do that. But I'm not going to drink, because if I did drink, well, I'm just going to nap right there at the counter. What's a sleepy drunk? You don't know. Okay, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Have you had alcohol before? Have you drank before? While you're answering that, Shiny says, honestly, if I were on a date with someone who tries to force alcohol into me just to see my true side, I would stand up and leave. Good call. Smart decision. If they can't trust me now, how can they trust me later? Yeah, like that's exactly it. You know, people need to be willing. People need to be willing to take what you say at face value and trust that you're not a liar. Been sober for a year now. Oh, I'm sorry, Sizzling Seal. Are you a recovering alcoholic by chance? If so, you know, I need to think about maybe not discussing this right now. I want to make sure I'm not traumatizing you or bringing up old wounds or anything like that. This is the type of conversation that you find out who the recovery folks are. Hey there, Mr. Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in on a interesting conversation. We were talking about what alcohol does to us, and to truncate my particular section of it, I'm a sleepy drunk. I was getting ready to explain that when I decided to do my homework and make sure that I wasn't peddling conversation about alcohol to recovering alcoholics. I don't think we have any here, so that's good. You had a rough day? Been pretty irresponsible with work recently? I'm sorry that wow, that's multiple people that have had a rough day today. I'll do my best to try to make that better for you. You're addicted to being sleep deprived, but not alcohol, is what I'm hearing. Insomnia is a whole different animal. No, not... Sizzling Seal says, no, not really. It's all good. Understood. Just want to make sure. Your mom took that role already? I think I do remember a vague conversation early on in previous streams about that. A tear with a tear. Okay, game. That's real nice. Real nice. Real cryptic. Okay, we're gonna head back here now and get out of here. Yeah, what I mean by sleepy drunk, to answer Sizzling Seal's question, is I'm a lightweight when it comes to alcohol. 12 ounce, or I guess it would be like, what is it? Like a 60 to 80 milliliter, can of alcohol puts me to sleep. And I don't even need that much in order to put me to sleep. Before that, I have like a slight window where I like trip over furniture and stuff. I do get giggly when I'm drunk, but it doesn't last long because the threshold for that is so small that usually I just drink enough to fall asleep. So I can't even have fun with alcohol if I wanted to. I couldn't even be a funny drunk if I wanted to be. So I just don't drink. Now, caffeine also does this to me. Caffeine also does this to me, but I actually have to drink a pretty significant amount of coffee to do that. It isn't just, it's not just like a couple of shots and I'm out. Good timing. Just opened a bottle of champagne, the non-alcoholic kids champagne. Sparkling beverages. I do love a good sparkling beverage. I buy a bottle of sparkling raspberry champagne or sparkling raspberry water every year for Christmas. It's pretty good pastime. Shiny says some people should not have access to alcohol. I know people who after alcohol often cross the line of decency, and when confronted, they become defensive or aggressive. Yeah. I do not. Those people are in my family. I cannot be around them when they're drunk. I leave. And so I just don't. That's like a more internal motivator for me not to drink, like the more psychological reason for not drinking. But my main reason for avoiding alcohol is I just can't handle it. I just go to sleep. And in a public place, like a nightclub, like what I'll be doing on Tuesday, I do not want to be asleep in those places because men and or women might have their way with me in a way I don't want. And men can get like tied up in a lot of sexual harassment allegations for being drunk. Now, that's not to say I would even think about doing something like that while sober. I don't. But it's one of those, hey there, sweetie, would you like to come to the back rooms with me? Would you like to come back to my place? Would you like to come over to this little spot in the bar, maybe get to know each other a bit better? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And the next thing you know, I'll be snogging it up with some woman, and then she'll set it up in a way where, I'm doing something that she considers untoward or whatever, and then I get tied up in court. Don't want that. Don't want to even think about that. But that's never going to happen to me because I'm asleep. I'll be asleep. So the most someone could do would be sexually assaulting me. I don't want that. Moving back over, Rasby says, I never drink alcohol or take anything that messes with your lucidity. I don't anymore either. I don't. I haven't touched alcohol in 10 years. People told me they drink at parties so they can open up. Yeah, basically, you have the perks of being drunk without actually being drunk. Yeah. I'm just honest with people, period. At least I try to be. But I do gauge if perhaps my honesty is not exactly called for. I'll shut my mouth if I can't be honest. I'd rather say nothing than spin lies. I'll spin one if I have to, but I would prefer to not talk. if I can't be honest. Raspberry water, Pog. Yeah, I love raspberry, but I'll also take a grape or a blueberry. Sparkling water. All those are good. Happens to you all the time, or at least you like to pretend that it does, Kappa. Oh, you know, being propositioned by lovely ladies to get to know you better. Is that what that was in response to? Yeah. It would be nice, but I'm not ready for that. The most I want to do is just talk to people. And granted, I talk to you guys every day. But I think I think I need to make the distinction between internet people and real people. I love you guys. I love my audience. I want you guys to sincerely know that. But after having done this for 5, 6, 7 years on, it's not that, you know, you guys don't count or that I don't see you guys as people. It's a totally different experience when you're talking to people that reply through text, or you're chatting with human beings on an instant messaging app or something. That it's a totally different feel doing that virtually compared to real life. And I've gone too long without talking to other strangers in real life. It's a totally different thing. I'm just craving that lately. So that's what I'm gonna do Tuesdays. Go do that. I don't know if I should be able to stream that day if I do it nice and early. Place is open 24 hours. It's like a whole resort, and I'm visiting a specific section of it for a couple of hours, and then to kind of take a tour. And then I should be back. I should be back in enough time to stream. If not, you guys will get an update on Discord. Again, I do want to apologize for having slept over the time today for stream. I was late by about 10 minutes. I was tired. I crashed out tired. Raspy says, all the time? You just want some alone time? Really? That's interesting. I mean, I guess I guess from my point of view, you know, I wouldn't know what to do with that. I would probably be happy, but I guess if it happens to you all the time, you know, you kind of wish people would stop doing it. I hope you find your peace, good sir, to say the least there. Shiny says, the one type of sparkling beverage you often enjoy is water. It's good stuff. I try to avoid sweet drinks, fair, unless it's some drinks that contain alcohol or occasional energy drinks when you have no time to make coffee. Fair. Yeah, I don't get sparkling water very often. Usually my sweet drink of choice is either a cheer wine, because I'm very particular about soda. Cheer wine has spoiled me, what can I say? Or, you know, sparkling water, or like the occasional Sprite or something. Most of the time, if I get something fizzy and sweet, it's cheer wine. But the sparkling water, I get it in the nice glass bottle. Usually Welch's makes it. That's what I buy. It's delicious stuff, and I usually don't have to take any back, because I buy it in a flavor people usually like. And I might get the raspberry for myself to bring home later. Shiny then goes on to say, it's a whole different experience when you see someone face to face. Yeah, because it's like, I can use nonverbals, right? I am an autist. I struggle with nonverbals, but I still like to have them. I can use those to kind of figure out if people are, you know, meaning what they say. I struggle with nonverbals and still need them, because that's just part of the human experience, right? Gotta be careful right there. Ah, we have found it. But also a cave, which I will definitely not be checking out until later. But we did hear earlier We did hear earlier that there were a couple of dudes that we could exchange bubble frog or bubble gems with for reward. Okay, let me go ahead and mark some Koroks because I have not done this on my map in a hot minute. That is the cave coin. That is not the Korok on this map. There we go. Raspy says, but yeah, no, I wish I was a ladies' dude. It's not really the case. Are you a dude's dude, though? Are you a man's dude? Like, that's not to say, oh, are you into men? That's not my question. That's not what I'm saying. What I mean is, and what men's dude typically means is, do you get along better with men compared to women? You have just as many women confess to you as men? That's impressive. That means your Riz game is pretty good, good sir. I have to say, at least the aesthetic physical Riz, you know what I'm saying? And I know, ew, Riz, I'm using the millennial Zoomer speak. Riz just means romantic charisma. You want to say that it's 0 for both? That's totally fair, but it's a 1 for both. That I would be proud of that. Maybe uncomfortably proud with it, but I would feel proud about that. Because it means people take an interest. I have 0 Riz in both departments, and I'm pretty happy to have it stay that way for the time being. I don't get people objectifying me in that case, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm more of a dude's dude. It's not that I don't get along with ladies, it's that I have a very different way I carry myself in front of women. I tend to be more of the observe, wait, and see type before I just go and talk to one. Because some women don't want to be approached. They want to be left the hell alone. I want to respect that. Whereas men, I feel like I can kind of approach them a little bit more handily, talk to them. You know, a lot of us men enjoy the good video game, but there are sports that I like. There are hobbies that I enjoy that do intersect with men as a whole. And so I do feel like I can talk to them more easily. That's probably not specifically a me thing. That's probably a thing with human beings in general, but I am a man's man insofar as, you know, my appearance will allow me to be. Yeah, that specific woman tried to talk to me for many years. We've been to the same high school. Oh no. Please tell me she didn't stalk you. Or, you know, do something strange and uncomfortable. I've been watching VTubers recently, and there's one who lives out in Romania. And she's told many stories about many of her Romanian suitors in high school or in college that would stalk her. The women would send her nasty pics, but the men would stalk her. It just really... Is that a Lionel? That looks like a Lionel. Is that a Lionel? I think it is. I'm gonna save in case it is. And, Shiny says, I think I'm neither the ladies or the man's man. It's more about either people being super comfortable with me or those who find me annoying and cringe. Fair. Fair. That's probably what it is, too. Like, ladies' man and man's man is just a way to say, who are you less annoying and cringe toward? Recipe says, I was one of the organizers on an event for your company, and it went really well, and that's where she found you? Ah, okay. So you bumped into someone who happened to be in the same places as you. That's definitely different than what I was referring to. But that's hopefully awesome. I hope she has, you know, respected your space. and not followed you. Getting real difficult to tell with the internet these days. But you never talked to her about that. She texted you after some time, but it didn't go great. I see. Well, you don't like talking about the follow-up? That's totally cool. We do not need to go there. That is your business. But for what it is worth, I am sorry that you weren't able to make a potential friend out of that. Because that's usually what meeting people in public is. Like, if it goes well, that's what meeting people in public is supposed to do. It helps you make friends. I could really use some more real-life friends right now. Shiny says, yeah, oh, right, I already read this. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something there. I'm gonna save again because I'm paranoid. And I have a hotkey for this. Let me see if I can't find the hotkey. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, that's common. I have some friends who could also use some other friends. That's why I'm headed to this club on Tuesday. I doubt I'm gonna make any. People are there to get drunk. They're not me. But I'm gonna at least try to go outside of my comfort zone. You also have friends who are compatible with each other who have talked to previously when you played games, all three of them, and you're trying to make them talk to each other because they relate. Fair. So you're like, you're not playing matchmaker, but you are playing friend maker. I think that's awesome. Yeah, I'm going to a club. It's a LGBT focused club. It's not even a regular one. It's an LGBT focused club. This place has been around for many years, and it's I think for like the past 8, it's been under new management. It's no longer a place where people meet up to do things with each other. It's a place where people can actually hang out and do normal human activities with like security cameras and stuff. So I hope I feel pretty safe while I'm there, but I'm still gonna take precautions because you never know when someone's gonna say, "Hey, can I buy you a drink, good sir?" or "Hey, sweetie, you mind if I get you a drink? Maybe talk to you." Something like that. You never know. Raspy says, "I'd like to imagine you'd be super formal and such here, but at the party, you'd be a freaking party animal and be unironically that dude doing hard." Maybe I would be, but I could never get there. That's the thing. I never get there. I fall asleep before I can have enough alcohol to have a good time. Best part is I'm not even going to be driving to this, so I don't have to if I wanted to drink, I could do that, but I'm not going to. It would be nice if I had a slightly, not a hugely, but a slightly higher alcohol tolerance. Like a 0.06 or something on your blood alcohol content percentage. That would be nice. I fall asleep before I even hit the 0.03, I'm pretty sure. My tolerance is that light. I would be the kind of drunk that ends up going asleep in their car, and getting a ticket for being drunk in my car, asleep in the back seat. That kind of thing. You do be the late game character. Imagine a woman unironically being into you and you refusing her because it felt like she's trying to do some stuff. I am also that kind of man, yes. And dudes, if you guys think that dudes are the only ones that crash out when they get rejected, no. You have not met the nice girls or the nice guys. Women crash out just as hard. They crash out just as hard on people. People don't take rejection well, as it turns out. People call you names, call you slurs. threaten to do things to you, wish for you to die. I've seen all that stuff. I did have a stream not that long ago where we looked at some, nice girl related content. Nobody liked that, which is totally fine. I get it. But we did do that. We did see that side of the internet. Everyone is capable of crashing out. I'm saving a third time because I'm paranoid. Sorry. I'm getting caught up in conversation is what's happening. Rasby says, I want to go to a club soon or like dance lessons or something. Dance lessons might be much better for you, good sir. Less risky. You're like really confident and you are extroverted. You feel like you would naturally get a girlfriend given some time without me doing anything extra. Well, I wouldn't say without doing anything extra, but it's like if you like dancing or it turns out that you like dancing, it's a hobby, right? Women love when guys have achievements. Like, the thing about ladies, and dudes for that matter, humans like talking about their achievements. They like being able to share experiences. And if you're a homebody like me, that's not how you get achievements. You need to go touch grass. You need to have a well-paying job. You need to be confident. To ladies, you need to show that you're a hero. You need to show that you have a sword and you know how to use it. You need to show that you're a knight in shining armor without being the stuffy plated knight in shining armor. You need to still look like a modern man. Shiny says, I've had girls and dudes write a whole book of insults toward you. When you rejected her, you could confirm gender does not matter when it comes to to them, excuse me. It doesn't matter when it comes to crash outs. Yeah. It makes for good Reddit popcorn. I do like reading the responses to the crash outs because it's just people circle jerking, to said crash outs. It's hilarious. I love when people are being unreasonable and they get torn a new one because they told someone to go off themselves. And they're like, yeah, turns out you're being an unreasonable clod. We're going to point and laugh at you for crashing out. Maybe inflict a little bit of, dare I say, shame, so that you don't do that to another person again. Rasby says you would like dancing especially because you like role-playing as a cool character. Okay, so there's a pattern there. To be more specific, you want to be friends with women, like genuinely not going there to get a girlfriend. Yeah, I get what you're talking about, like an actual platonic relationship with women. It's getting harder to do these days, especially out here in the West. It's really hard. Some women, there are dudes that have like the equivalent standard, but I've seen this going around so much on the internet, I kind of can't help but say it. There are ladies who have said, oh, I like you. You're cute. You've got you make grown-up money, but you're too short. We're match made in heaven, except for the 5'8" part. Sorry, I'm using my sassy feminine voice as much as I can produce one to make my point. You know what I'm talking about. It's the shallowness. To put it in more gender neutral terms, it's people being shallow. And in the case of the things I've seen women say, it's, oh, a man is too short, so he can't protect me, and I have to protect him instead or something. It's like really subconscious bias type stuff. It's just sad. It doesn't have to be that way. It sucks. And you're going in with no expectations? Smart man. Sizzling Seal says it's hard in Asia too. Interesting. Yeah, you are in the Philippines, right? I believe you said that before, Mr. Sizzling Seal. I'm really interested in your perspective on this because a lot of women here in like the States specifically are really upset at men for going out to Malaysia or the Philippines or Sri Lanka or Japan to get a girlfriend to bring back to the States. They're called passport bros. That's like the women have given them names. They're passport bros. They go out, travel a lot, come back with a wife. Yes, the passport bros happens a lot. It's been on an uptick in recent years because of, as I alluded to earlier, the height of consent. If you're not 6 feet, you're a child to me. Shiny says, you've legit found some spicy lines to use myself. You must give them that. Fair. You know, just make sure you tweak the spicy lines so that they're spicy and not harmful. P-bros? People call them P-bros, huh? See, I feel like I need to say passport because otherwise people be thinking a whole bunch of other stuff about that. But people be joking here, too, about doing that. It's like the US, Europe, Canada, Australia, places where, you know, Western civilization has typically taken hold. These dudes get up, get some money, go out. Yes, go out traveling and find themselves a nice, cute Asian girl to bring back with them after 6 months to a year. It's a common story. Sizzling Seals says you don't want to say anything about that. Fair enough. Yeah, we're definitely getting into a spicy topic today. Because it's the type of thing that if ladies hear me talk about it, especially in real life, you know, they might say, oh, look at this misogynist. Look at this person saying, you know, Asian women are trophy women. Or, you know, assigned female at birth Asian people are trophies to bring back to the US for their white picket fences and gardens with 3 kids. That's not at all what I'm trying to say, but I could totally see people saying that shallow, meaningless argument here. I'm only trying to point out that the phenomena exists and that I've seen it. That's it. That's all. We need Asian people grabbing people from the US. Well, some people would say that it is the reverse, but mostly people in the red pill space or like the manosphere space saying, look at these harlots. These harpies grabbing men and ensnaring them in their talons to use later. See, I know what that speech looks like. It's all bad. It's all bad. It's all the same stuff. Just swap the terms and flip the gender, and that's what you get. Rasby says, yeah, that's exactly the vibe we give off, with no consideration of others at all, or self-awareness. Kappa. All right. We've stared at this screen for like 20 plus minutes. I'm gonna save, not even in the form of jokes. Apparently, that is a bloody Lionel off in the distance. Now, I think as a nice capstone for, you know, what we can do today, I want us to take a nice solid attempt at a Lionel. So here's what's going to happen, because I'm not going to be the most chatty person when I'm fighting a Lionel, is I'm going to press this nice little hotkey on my keyboard. Advice you'll give them is to be careful and get to know them more before committing. Exactly. Like, you definitely need to spend some amount of time, you know, getting to know people. Otherwise, you don't know the person underneath. You might find that instead of a diamond, you've actually brought back, yeah, it's true regardless of gender, right? It's true regardless of gender. You know, ladies need to take time to get to know men, too. Fool's gold do be everywhere. All right, so I'm gonna go fight this Lionel, and we're gonna have a fun time with me getting my ass handed to me. Excuse my French. Probably, because there's no way in heck that I have the equipment to fight. But I'm gonna give it my best shot anyway. We're gonna go from there. All right, Mr. Lionel. I'm here. And I'm ready to be here. See, I'm being honorable. All right. Predictable. Oh, okay. Yeah, they've got a horn on their head. I need to be aware of that. Okay. Oh, yeah, he could just whip around and do that? Cool. What? Oh, that wasn't timed right. Let me also do this. Predictable. I notice they're not breathing any fire. I bet they don't do that until later. What the? That is such a wide range. Wow, yeah, they're really serious about that. Never mind, they did in fact breathe fire. Okay. Dang it. Got him. Huh. And I was worried. I was definitely worried that I would be unable to beat him. We only lost a couple weapons in that exchange. Just gonna take all these. I lost more shields than anything. And that is not a... That is a decayed spear. Okay. So let's slaver over our finds. A Lionel hoof. This rare ingredient can be obtained only from a Lionel. It's very heavy and can be brewed with a critter for an elixir. Attached to an arrow, it increases the arrow's attack power. How a hoof does that, I have no idea. Lionel mace horn, a hard curved Lionel horn. It isn't fully grown, but it can be attached to a weapon to increase its attack power, or cooked with a critter to make an elixir. Yeah, so this is an elixir ingredient. Okay. We got plenty of arrows. Also got the Lionel saber horn. This blade-like Lionel horn is extremely sharp. It increases a weapon's attack power. Yeah, all the usual text is there. And a Lionel bow. I'm surprised these didn't decay down. A Lionel-made bow crafted from rough metal. True to the vicious nature of Lionel weaponry, it fires a spread of multiple arrows at once, ideal for taking down quick-moving targets. But I can't carry it? Aw. I guess I will get this particular one. Okay, I'm saving right now. And then I'm going to catch up on chat and we should be good to go. We'll have to conclude our stream for today. I am out of time. So, Raspy says, I feel like Coin is a champion from League that got locked in. So it says locked in. I don't know. Do people think that I should put the words on the outside of the frame or on the inside of the frame? I know some people... I think we might have had a discussion about this before too, but I've memory hold some of the contents. Sorry. I feel as though a lot of people do want to see my face, but I'm worried that if I don't put something in front of my face or like make it obvious that I'm not exactly available for conversation, people are going to be wondering, why is he sitting there not chatting? Why is he not talking to me? You know. And fighting a difficult encounter would be why I'm locked in. Things that I'm learning for the challenge run, I hopefully want to get back to doing at some point. Raspy then said, okay, that's conversational material I'm not gonna read about. Says you think you'd be pretty prone to that because you never had a relationship before. What would happen if people believed that? Believed what precisely? The whole, you know, if there's not something in front of my face, or if there was something in front of my face, I'm unavailable. Just want to make sure I know how I should respond to things. And nothing seems to have changed on the YouTube side. That's perfectly fine. Well, we've certainly we haven't quite got to respond however you feel about it. I feel like I might have lost the sauce in responding to something else. What would happen if people didn't know I were unavailable? Well, they would do the thing of coming in, realizing streamer is preoccupied, and then leave. I would like people to not immediately leave when this is happening. Though I guess... in that case, you know... I guess there's nothing to do but talk. You know, the best streamers don't have these sorts of features in place because they're very good at talking and doing something else. They're not like me. You know, I struggle with that a lot. When the tasks aren't high stakes, I don't have to pick. Like, collecting the Korok seeds is a low-stakes task. You know, I could pick my moments where I'm focused on something real quick, and then I can go right back to conversation. Whereas with the Lionel, I've seen it happen all too many times. Someone will fight something really hard. They look at chat for a second to, like, talk and say hi, and then... death. Death incarnate. Like, death cometh at that exact moment. Also, part of me is, you know, challenge runner brained. I did used to do that in the past. I would like to do so again at some point. But when you're doing challenge runs, you often have to pick where your focus is. And so after many years of having done this on and off, maybe my brain is just used to doing that. So it's like a, God, how do I word this? I'm having like a meta level conversation. You know what I'm talking about? Where like the streamer will talk about their audience in like a meta kind of way. they'll talk about, oh, how many viewers do I have today? Or, you know, gee, the chat room looks empty today, or something along those lines. I feel like I'm kind of grasping at a meta level conversation without having quite gone there, other than in like a super self-aware context. I know my conversation's all over the place, but the point I'm trying to say is I get anxious when people expect to have a conversation and I'm unable to provide that for them. It feels wrong to not be able to meet that expectation, and I'm on camera and I know I can clearly meet the expectation, and I'm choosing not to because I'm focused and want to be focused. They're competing schools of thought, basically, I guess is what I'm driving at. One last thing I want to do before we call it here is I want to go and turn in these charges to upgrade our battery. I've been withholding doing that. I've been withholding that just so people can see the upgrade on screen, because I think that's important. Grinding is fine, but upgrading a battery is like a whole, or upgrading something is like a whole different call. I don't think people should have to go in, where'd you get the health from? Where'd you get the resource from? Well, you know what I did, but it's the people want to see number go up. Rasby says, I see, so you want to address the game, but address the people. And I feel like when I'm fighting a difficult boss and I'm not sure if I can talk during it or not, you know, I'm unsure of what people are going to do. It's addressing the uncertainty in that. And also not looking like I'm an antisocial mess at the same time. All right, Mr. Construct, I am ready for you to exchange 5 battery upgrades, please. Yes, get producing. Oh, good, it already knows to take the full, like as much as possible amount and put it into the battery. Okay, cool, yes. I would like to turn in 500 of these, please. Is there a different animation for more than one, or is it all the same? It looks like it's all the same. That's fine. We'll skip that in the future. How would you feel if someone saw you being unavailable during a big fight? No locked in text, and genuinely leave because of that? I would feel upset. I would feel anxious. I would feel worried. And if they wouldn't have left given that text was there. Well, I mean, I guess what you're trying to say is like, oh, there's like an emotional component for you, right? It isn't purely a coin is trying to curate the experience reason. It's the emotional redress underneath, right? That's what we're grasping at here. To finish answering your question, though, you know, I obviously feel relief that they stuck around and, you know, perhaps a bit embarrassed that they had to wait a while to be acknowledged. So it's definitely a bittersweet thing on both ends. You think it's both? It is both. I think the actions are the result of the emotions and values which you feel like it's reasonable. I'm glad to know I'm not a nutter. I'm not a nutter butter, you know? I'm not driving myself mad like a peanut butter cookie, not knowing when I'm going to be eaten yet. That's good. Thank you for that. Yes, I am not insane. Thank you. I struggle a lot with internal gaslighting. I really do. You keep learning new words every day. New words here. I mean, like I said, I'm a man of letters. I'm a man of letters. Words are my trade. It's nice that the battery just appears there too. There's no animation for that. Even though seeing that the first time would be nice. I guess you do see that when you're making the energy wells, it's just... we turned in a whole bunch at once. Yeah, so our battery... that's a lot more energy. We can now probably pilot a car halfway across a given region without taking a break. As long as we don't attach too many crazy things to it. That's good. But as I was saying, yes, I'm a man of letters. You know, I'm not a science student anymore. Or else I'd say I'm a man of science. But I'm at least a man of letters. Words are what I have, and I'd like to think I use them pretty effectively. Of course, I don't make that determination for myself. Like, I leave that to other people to determine. Because that's how the English language works. You can invent words all you want, but you can wordsmith like there's no tomorrow, but if nobody understands that cool new word you were making, or understand how it's contextually being applied in a sentence, no one cares. All you do is confuse them. So, I leave the determination of, am I a proficient English speaker, up to other people, for the most part. Speaking of leaving things up to other people, let me see. Let me make sure that the man I want to raid out to is open, and it looks like it is. Looks like he is. Let's go ahead and finish chatting up before we turn in for the day. The thing you want to mention about that locked in is that you can't control how others act. Too true. And maybe sometimes you wouldn't want to. Like, if I would have gotten what I wanted in life, I would have ended up much different. Yeah. Maybe that's the sick part of me, right? You know, that I'm looking to try to control an outcome. Like, deep underneath. Like, the legitimate reasons are there and all, but maybe it's the trying to address the uncertainty that I really can't address, and the attempt to do so anyway makes me look worse than actually just letting it happen. Granted, this is not the usual end to such a stream, Mr. Sizzling Seal, because we're discussing something profound toward the end. But, yeah, it's nice to have you here for the end, too. Raspy says, if I would have gotten to the university you wanted, you would have had a much harder time, because it was 4 years and much harder, but had too low of a score. Maybe if you would have gotten someone to stay because of that text, you would get a person to stay that you wouldn't actually want them to be there. Good point. Good point. So in a way, what you're saying is, you know, do the things you're going to do that you think are reasonable, because it'll act as a filter. You know, the people that don't want to be here, that, you know, let me put this a different way. The people that already scoff at such things and aren't willing to wait a second for acknowledgement are not the people you want in a chat room anyway, right? Like, you don't want impatient people that are demanding things now. The impatience, the entitlement, things like that. Maybe if someone were so prone to leaving, they wouldn't be compatible. They weren't compatible to be here already anyway. And you go on to say, yeah, controlling this might just honestly backfire as well. Good point. You've given me a lot to think about, good sir. And I suppose that goes for everyone else here too, you know, maybe not in the same way that I'm doing it. You know, mine is a streamer, entertainer related problem, but I think you can apply various aspects of this to your lives as well. You know, the only person you can control is yourself. And it is a mantra that I preach to other people. I guess I just don't apply it in the ways that I should, in perhaps somewhat unrelated aspects of life. I could benefit from the creativity. I struggle with that. But that's going to have to be where things end, because otherwise I'll spend another half hour and then another half hour talking to you guys, because I like chatting, and you guys have been awesome. Yeah, I mean, everyone's a hypocrite. Therapists are the biggest hypocrites. You're also huge hypocrites. Huge hypocrite. You know, there is a sentiment that is, you know, okay, I contradict myself. I contain multitudes. I forget the man who said the quote, but it is a quote that I also sometimes live by. Because life is contradictory and doesn't always make sense. But speaking of not always making sense, let's not make sense of this shout out together. I'm going to hopefully give you guys over to Mr. Monkey Funk 4D. He is a good Twitch associate of mine. He plays variety content just like I do. Although he plays with shooters and stuff, whereas I tend not to. And he's currently playing some Elden Ring Night Rain. So if this is the type of thing that everyone's been playing as of late, I definitely want it, but I just spent on Oblivion Remastered. So I kind of have to wait now. But it's fine. I'll eventually get Night Rain, and then, you know, I could be collabing with the best of them, everybody, because I am a competent Elden Ring player. We're going to go raid Mr. Monkey Funk 4D. So for you guys on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really, truly appreciate it. I definitely recommend checking out the link tree in the description, because my Discord is there and we can hang out, share pictures, and talk to each other. We've been doing that a little bit on my Discord server, and I appreciate that. We've been talking about the game mostly, but hey, talking about strange devices that you've built is a good thing to do. It's a nice start. Of course, you guys don't have to raid with me if you don't want to, but you do get bonus channel points if you do it. So if you want that VIP status, assuming I don't give it to you later at some point, attending a raid's a good thing. And you meet new people that way. If you guys feel interested, you can also copy this message for a bit of hype. Again, you don't have to, but you totally can if you want. Senators and inductees, you've been awesome. My name is Coinstamp. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We'll be back again tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I may be a little late depending on what my stay at the club looks like. I will keep you guys informed on my Discord with more information, and the Google Calendar, of course. But my senators and inductees, do stay safe out there. Have a good rest of your day. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you next time. And with that, goodbye.